Est-ce qu'on l'entend sur YouTube? Est-ce qu'on l'entend?
Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let's begin our event. I'm Ambassador of Ukraine to the EU. My name is Vsevolod Chentsov, and I have an honor to open this event. And first of all, I would like to thank those who contributed to this event. Foreign Ministry, my colleagues, Brand Ukraine, Martin Center, friends from the External Action Service, European Commission, you name. And it just shows how important is the topic fighting Russian disinformation and false narratives. Why? Because Russia, not just using disinformation, it weaponizes information as such. And it started not on 24th of February, it started probably some 20 years ago. And what happened with the Russian society, with the Russian political class, is one of the main reasons of this aggression. I mean, gradual degradation of the Russian society, of the Russian political class, of the Russian political thought. And what we are fighting with is not just a narrative of Kremlin, of Russian propaganda, of Russian military. It's unfortunately very deep rooted in the Russian society, misunderstanding, misconception of Russia, of place of Russia in the world politics, of possibilities of this country, of its relations with the rest of the world. So it's a huge and complex problem we have to deal with, and it means that we need to mobilize relevant resources. We need to work together here in Brussels, in other capitals, and to not only to react to what Russia is doing, but to have a clear plan, to have a clear strategy, and not to be reactive but proactive. Not just reacting on the Russian message, but delivering the message. And we are already succeeding in that. And you can see how Ukrainian information resistance is developing. You have definitely standard media, usual players, but you have all Ukrainian society mobilized and contributing to this fight. And definitely we have already possibilities to share this experience with our friends and colleagues here in Brussels, in the institutions. And definitely we have also a lot to learn and acquire from our partners. So this is about building new type of partnership with all understanding of the complexity of the problem. So I would like, I will not take so much of your time because we have excellent speakers today, including a keynote from our friends from External Action Service. I would only make one probably final point that it's not only about our efforts and goodwill, it's also about money. And if you compare how much Russian authorities invest into this coercive and aggressive propaganda and compare to still tiny contributions here in Brussels, we need to take measures, and we need to work seriously, and also to develop high-level product to influence Russian minds, also to help those people who have been debilitated, sorry for this word, for the last more or less 20 years, to sober up, to open their eyes, and to get back to normal, however difficult it will be. So we are at the end of the year. I know that the budget is already agreed for the next period, but I think there should be flexibility, and there should be also possibilities to invest more and to try to balance this Russian efforts to destabilize both Ukraine and European Union. So once again, thank you for organization and contributing to this event. And I have an honor to announce the next speaker. It's Executive Director of the Martens Center, Tomi Hatanen.
So, dear friends, Ambassador, all the partners, many friends of Ukraine, which we have plenty here, welcome to our event. First of all, of course, I would like to thank the Ambassador, the Foreign Ministry of Ukraine, the mission, the European Union officials, External Action Service for contributing, and of course, Brand Ukraine for organizing this event. Martens Center, as a partner of this event, we have long history with Ukraine already from the very beginning, focusing on the Eastern neighborhood issues. But especially after the events in Maidan, we launched a program called Ukraine Reforms. We brought Central and Eastern European leaders to Ukraine, not to tell what to do, but share the experiences, because as Ambassador just mentioned, the economic aspect will remain is important, not only now, but for the future. Concerning misinformation here in the EU bubble, actually we were one of the first ones to launch. 2015, we published a publication or a study, Muzzling the Bear, Strategic Defense for Russia's Undeclared Information War on Europe. Exactly what the Ambassador was referring to. And that study actually has circulated 7 years and become our most popular study. This year referred for several times. I would be, of course, inclined to say it's such a great study, and that's why it's read. But honestly, I think one reason of that, we don't have so much information and studies on that. So that's actually one part of the challenge what we have. We still lack public information of all the tactics. And that's the one reason why we are having here. And one reason why such studies and discussions do not maybe exist is for our case in 2015, 2016. When we published that study, we immediately ended up with the legal cases and court cases, defamation, for several years, and which we of course won. But then you can later ask how the tiny think tanks without visible resources suddenly is able to run long legal cases against us. So that's one aspect of that. And then still all after that, as we speak, every 2-3 after every 2-3 months, our staffers in the Martens Center receive funny emails from Tomi Hutanen, the speaker, asking all kind of things and making all kind of requests, except it's not from me, and we know where those messages come from. So why I'm telling you this? I'm telling you because this what we are speaking here, it's not just some theoretic exercise. It's a very much reality also here in our Brussels bubble. 3 short points for the start. First of all, there's a lot of big academic discussion. What is disinformation, misinformation? What is propaganda? We are not for that academic exercise, for this discussion. We speak about information war, information warfare, which has many dimensions. And that goes to the my second point, that what we are seeing now, especially, because we here in West, we very much conduct our policy and politics on the fact-based information. Is the information correct? Is it not? And then we draw our conclusions. But what we are facing with Russia, as Ambassador indicated, this kind of Orwellian absurd claims, war is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength, big narratives so bold that you don't know where to start, even when you try to counter them. As as an example, I can, speaking about narratives, I think now we have these days discussion about for example, one narrative, legitimate interest of Russia, security interests. So, very influential narrative, but if you look at the facts, you wouldn't know even where to start and to tackle it, because for us it's very evident. But as said, we seem to be lacking those same tactics and strategies which are be used against us. And thirdly, and maybe final point for the start, is that we hear, what is happening, that Russia seems to be very much in defense, in the front, thanks for brave Ukrainians. Also, here in the European Union and European countries, the sentiment has changed dramatically. So we have a feeling that we are a little bit on the winning side. But we should not take that as for granted. First of all, now, as we speak, in November 2022, the EU leaders and head of states support for Ukraine seems to be very solid. Also here in bubble, thanks to President of the Commission, von der Leyen, Roberta Metsola, the line is very solid, and we much appreciate that. But when you try to do polling, for example, in EU member states, you ask about the peace and which kind of compromises Ukraine should do. It gets much more multidimensional and a very good feeding ground for any kind of misinformation, as we say, or propaganda or information warfare. And the final point of that is that here one illusion what is created is also the fact that in Europe it seems that we are on the narrative and information, we are on the winning side. But if you go outside from our continent to the global South and Asia, you will very quickly find out that the Western narratives is in the losing side. Why? Because we don't have a system and strategies and networks like our opponent, because they do have, and they are intensively continuing to feeding that discussion globally. And it does have a significance, United Nations votings and all that. So we have to take that account. So there's a deeper lessons to be learned, and that's what we are discussing today. So, keeping it short, once again, thank you for coming. We have full house. Thank you for partners. And now it's my pleasure to give floor to Maria Lipiastka from Brand Ukraine. So, thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Tommy, and thank you, Mr. Ambassador. First of all, I would like to thank you, Martin Center and our mission to the EU and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who believed in our idea and supported us every step of the way to make it a reality today. And I'm extremely honored to be here in front of such a distinguished audience. Today, Ukraine is successfully fighting not only on the actual battlefield, but also on the information front. And sometimes the enemy which we fight is not so visible, it's invisible, and thus it makes even more difficult to counteract. And then we are talking about Russian disinformation. Disinformation, as it is dangerous enough, but when it comes to the war, it becomes hazardous or even fatal. We've seen perfectly well on numerous occasions how Russia used disinformation and false flag operations to try to create pretexts for the invasion, justify genocide and war crimes. And now Ukraine, both on the level of civil society, government, numerous volunteers, is effectively testing and refining all the practical instruments and means how to tackle disinformation directly on the ground or on the battlefield, I may say. So, and we are happy, of course, to share this unique and fresh experience with our partners here in the heart of the European Union, which is why I am extremely happy is that we have managed together today such a wonderful mix of both civil society, public officials, governments, and I can only echo here my previous speakers that only together we can tackle and join in efforts on every possible levels. We can tackle such complex and huge and dangerous problem as disinformation is. And I believe this forum can and should become an annual platform where we can gather practitioners, people who deal and see and invent means and instruments to counter disinformation every day, and exchange practical information, tools, and means. But what's more important, I think this forum can become a platform where we can start new partnerships, create new campaigns, new projects, and we'll discuss it with many of you over the coffee break and really move forward together in the future. And I wish everyone very insightful presentations and discussions today. And I'm honored to give the floor to Tanul Tang, Deputy Head of Support Group for Ukraine. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Maria. Pleasure to see you here in Brussels. And also big pleasure to address this event on behalf of the support group for Ukraine. Let me first start by congratulating Ukrainians and actually everybody among us for the Day of Ukrainian Army. I think that those people fighting for Ukraine at the front line actually are fighting for the whole Europe, and they deserve our utmost respect and recognition for the bravery. From the support group of Ukraine side, from the European Commission, I would like to make a couple of remarks to facilitate and perhaps also facilitate some of the discussions that will later take place among the experts. I think the first point that I would like to make is that Ukraine is extremely resilient in this present moment, and this is not only fighting back the Russian aggression, but also dealing with this very strong, very serious challenge of disinformation. And the results, if we look at the polls, are quite impressive. We see that 90% of Ukrainians believe that Ukraine will win the war, and only 5 to 6% believe that Ukraine should make territorial concessions. Or, for example, 90% of people support Ukraine's leadership, or almost 100% support Ukraine's army. 90% of people support Ukraine's membership in the EU. And for me, a very interesting other result that when 2021, 38% of Ukrainians thought that living conditions in Ukraine are good, then in September 2022, almost 70% of people thought so. So looking at those figures and assessing them, it seems that Ukraine is getting some things right. So getting the right narrative across and clearly having an impact among the population. Of course, together with an overall joint effort to push back the Russian aggression. Now, the second point, when I say in this forum that countering disinformation is a common challenge. It is probably something that is not surprising. And it is definitely not surprising to Ukraine, as it was also mentioned by previous speakers who have been dealing with the Russian information for many decades. Now, I think that when it comes to the EU response to this, and this is not only countering disinformation, but more broadly the Russian aggression, I can say that our reaction has been indeed unprecedented. For example, in the area of sanctions, one would have never imagined before that we are able to actually ban Russian channels, Russian TV channels in the European Union. And we have exactly done that, and clearly this has cut the Russian influence in the EU. Now, of course, this is not where we should stop. I think we should look into other possibilities to bring Ukraine more to the European Union initiatives, align them with our work. Here I would maybe mention the European Democracy Action Plan, or more structured cooperation with the European Digital Media Observatory and Rapid Alert System at the External Action Service. Second point that I want to stress is our support. Working on supporting countering disinformation, strategic communication capacities of Ukrainian government and independent media is something that we have done over many years. And in the current context, I would like to stress three elements. We are trying to support the safety of journalists. We try to help independent media outlets to struggle for the survival in the current very difficult media business situation, and then also specifically to help to counter the flood of information and support initiatives that try to address this. Very important aspect is the fact that when previously our work was more directed to capacity building, then in the new situation we have looked into ways how to support media outlets and organizations directly. And we have done this through the different networks of partners that we have on the ground and that have maintained their operation also during the war. Now, maybe also a little bit about the figures. At the moment, we have available 30 million euros support to independent media and countering disinformation. Some of this comes from the previous years, but after the Russian war started, we have mobilized 15 million euros. Third point, something where we definitely from the European Commission have to step up our work is the communication of our own work, what we do in supporting Ukraine, and also more globally in addressing the challenges of Ukraine war and impact in the rest of the world, where clearly Russian Federation is responsible. And I think it was also mentioned by one of the previous speakers that this is where we need to enhance our efforts. I would also like to say a few words about freedom of expression and independent media, which are essential in building Ukraine's resilience in this area, and also important in this very strong and vivid EU integration narrative in Ukraine. and very much part of the Revolution of Dignity spirit from 2014. We believe that Ukraine has traditionally very strong media pluralism, and this is one of the strengths of Ukraine. It has one of the most vibrant media spaces in Eastern Europe. And of course, understandably, in the times of the war, some specific concerns have been addressed in order to counter disinformation and enable effective communication. But we believe that we have this common understanding with Ukraine that free and independent media are the best guarantees for the resilient society. In this context, it's probably not surprise to the colleagues who follow this issue. As part of the Commission opinion that suggested candidate country status for Ukraine, we also recommended Ukraine to align its audiovisual media legislation with the EU legislation, and we are pleased that Ukraine is making some substantial progress in this regard, and that the draft law has already been registered in the parliament, and the discussions are ongoing to propose this for the second reading. Now, the final point that I would like to make concerns coordination. It's clear that this challenge is so big that European Union or European Commission alone cannot address this. We are working very closely with our partners from United States, from United Kingdom, from international organizations like NATO. And then internally, I would like to also stress the fact that with our very good colleagues from European External Action Service, East Stratcom Task Force, we work already for years in trying to support Ukraine in this area, and of course this cooperation will continue. I know that some colleagues will later also participate in the expert sessions in this event. One more time, thanks a lot for your presence, and I wish to everyone a very good seminar. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and it's a great pleasure to be here, and I think it's a testament to the importance of this issue and the excellent work of both Brand Ukraine and the Martin Center that we can really say that this is, even in this age of hybrid events where anyone can just dial into it, this is standing room only. It shows that the question of Kremlin propaganda, Russian disinformation, and how this is to be dealt with is one of the vital elements in this war that Russia launched on the 24th of February this year. And to discuss this, we have an excellent panel of 4 extremely experienced and insightful speakers. We have, of course, first of all, we have Oksana Zolotaryova from the Department of International Law of the Ukrainian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We have Ruslan Danichenko, Executive Director of Stop Fake. We have Yaroslav Zubchenko from Detector Media, and joining us on the line from the National Security Council in Kyiv, we have Yana Barjan. And I'll give them a bit of introduction. So both Ruslan and Yaroslav run organizations that deal with the day-to-day fighting of Russian disinformation and propaganda. They monitor, they monitor Russian TV, so you don't have to. They use AI to investigate Kremlin bots and social media operations. They debunk myths, they identify narratives before they've really taken hold so that it's possible to respond to them. And they're really, they're in the metaphorical trenches of this information war. Now, Oksana is focusing on holding these perpetrators to account, and not just the individuals, but also working out how we can use the propaganda to show that we can hold the Russian state to account for their crimes and for their incitement. And finally, Jana, who's lead analyst for innovations and development at the Department for Countering Information Threats to National Security at Ukraine's NSC, she's looking at the narrative battles that they have to fight, and also how we can use technology on our side. What are the software solutions that are available to us to counter these latest tactics from Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin? So I think we can look. We're going to have a discussion with these panelists and then open it out a bit more to the floor. And I think we're going to cover sort of 3 or 4 different areas. One of them is the history of this, because this has been going on a lot longer than many of us here in the West are aware of. We're also going to be looking at the present, the actual, current interactions of what the Kremlin narratives are right now and what we can do to counter them. And then we're also this question of future accountability. So I wanted to start actually here with talking about the past, Ruslan. And we just before this, we talked a bit about how even as early as 2013, there was evidence of premeditation of Russian aggression through its information operations. I think we could start talking a bit about that.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for nice introduction. And I represent the Stop Fake project. We monitor Russian media, and we do it since 2014. So, Ambassador is absolutely right. Russian propaganda is not a new invention, and it works for decades, for probably 20 years, against the European Union. And primary target of Russian propaganda, of course, for now is Ukraine. So what we do, basically, you can call it, we are watching Russian television, but not because we enjoy it, but because we think it might give us a very important signals what's going on in Putin's mind, because we know that Russian television and almost all Russian media, they're in total control of the Kremlin. And several times during our work for these 8 years, we basically managed to predict the future. It happened in 2014 when weeks before events in Crimea in Donbass started. We have noticed information that there are thousands of Ukrainian refugees in Russia. And when we tried to check this information, we called to Federal Migration Service of Russia, and it appeared that there are no refugees. But what they told us, that they have already purchased all necessary for Ukrainian refugees. They purchased tents, they purchased beds, and everything, because they were prepared, they were staging, and they were ready for refugees that appeared many, many weeks after this information. And again, it happened, almost the same happened in 2021, exactly 1 year before the full-scale invasion. We have noticed on Russian television the change of rhetoric. What happened? First of all, no more talks about brotherhood between Ukrainians and Russians, and they started to talk about genocide that Ukrainian army is doing in Donbass, killing, the number was named 14,000 civilians. Lavrov, Putin, and many other Russian government officials, they repeated this number. But when we checked what's the number, what is the 14,000 people? Yes, it's casualties on Donbass war. But first of all, most of these casualties, they are from military personnel on both sides. More than 3,000 civilians were killed in this conflict. And again, 90% of these casualties, they are from 2014 and 15. And in recent years of 2019 and 2020, not only of course, but because it's casualties, 9 and 5 people, civilians, were killed in this conflict. And again, they were killed not because of Ukrainian shells, but because of mines and other explosives. So there is no genocide, no base to call it genocide from Ukrainian side. And genocide rhetoric, it's not just one thing that we noticed. Again, 1 year before the full-scale invasion, we saw how FSB, the Russian Secret Service, discovered a number of so-called Ukrainian Nazis organizations in different Russian cities who were staging terrorist acts. Again, we tried to check this information, and what appeared several days and weeks later, all these people, they were released from Russian prisons. It's unusual when you caught a terrorist with weapons who are staging terrorist act to release it 3 or 4 days later. None of them were Ukrainians. None of them had any connections to Ukraine. And so we published this story, and based on our story on our website, the Facebook, they marked all these thousands of publications in Russian media as false, as disinformation. And we were surprised that Russian government officials, including the Speaker of Russian Parliament, Duma, Volodin, and Lavrov, and many other government officials, they were so mad. They made very strong statements about our organization and say, hey, who are these Ukrainian fact-checkers? Why they can fact-check information produced by FSB? And for us, it was, well, it was, our analysis proved us that it was part of the preparation process for this full-scale invasion. So 1 year before this full-scale invasion, they started to create fake Ukrainian organizations, and probably they would commit terrorist acts in Russia if we did not debunk these stories, to have artificial pretext for this full-scale invasion.
Ruslan, I mean, you hinted there about the state level of involvement, you know, and how Lavrov started reacting to your debunking, how senior Russian officials seem to have been deeply involved in this. And I want to bring in Oksana here to talk about, you know, how the accountability can be brought into the state, because this is a vital part of your legal work for this propaganda and this incitement.
Yes, thank you so much. And first of all, let me say hello to everyone. It's an honor for me to be here with you, and and also it is I'm very pleased to be in an environment when you have electricity, when you have heating, and you don't have air radars. And you can take the elevator anytime you want and not to be afraid that you will be stuck there. Just having a predictable life, what we unfortunately now in Ukraine cannot afford. We live from one shutdown of electricity to the other, being all the time in the fear of the total blackout. Each of us has bottles of water, we have numbers of power banks, and everybody is looking and Googling for generators and EcoFlows to make sure that we will be able to continue not only our ordinary lives, but also our work and fighting for Ukraine. And just coming back to the issue of bringing Russia to accountability, that is what the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been dealing already for 8 years, and it is our goal and overall aim to make sure that none of Russian violations of international law, and as well as none of the violations of Russian officials and Russian citizens of criminal law will be left unpunished. And what we see with the level of disinformation, and just following what was being said before about the rhetorics of genocide, it was not only made to the public of the Russian Federation to prepare them for this full-scale invasion and to say how poor the people of Donbass are, but it was also used as the rhetoric of the state officials to say that the war, the full-scale war against Ukraine, is legal and is based on the Genocide Convention. We could not leave this unanswered, and that's why just 2 days after the invasion, we launched a case against the Russian Federation in the International Court of Justice. And I want again to say stop fake for their assistance for us in doing this job. And the case is about the fact that you cannot just blame somebody that they are making genocide on their own territory and just invade. We know Russia, and I'm not going to speak much about all the legal theories behind, because I understand that the audience is not for these boring legal discussions. But I want
but do give us a hint. I think they would. This audience would be very interested for a little bit.
They just had a coffee, so maybe in 40 minutes when they will be a bit tired, and then they all sleep. And we brought this case. The cases in the International Court of Justice, they are quite lengthy. They're extremely lengthy, and we asked the court for provisional measures. Provisional measures is something like when you have a murderer who kills somebody, and before the trial he's being detained. So as such provisional measures, the court ordered the Russian Federation to stop its invasion and to bring all their weapons back to the positions that were before 24th of February this year. Russian Federation did not implement the order, but that's we can talk about it a bit later. But so what we see now since 2014, that the whole world understands that Russia can mislead and that it can say some fakes. And even though the legal processes are so sophisticated, narrow, as of now, 25 countries plus EU have joined Ukraine's claims, have intervened in Ukraine's case against the Russian Federation. That's the first time ever in the history of the International Court of Justice since 1940s that such a number of countries are intervening and supporting one of the country against the other in legal proceedings. And that is mostly, that shows the unity of the world that we can see in supporting Ukraine by weapons, sanctions, humanitarian assistance, but we also see that this unity is also on legal level. That is extremely important for, not for today, but for for the future when everybody would be paying for what they have done.
So this kind of accountability can work. Could it work, for example, if it comes to, you know, seizing assets, war reparations after eventually the war is over and Russia is defeated, or is it more of a symbolic case at this point?
It is not a symbolic case at all, because the case is about the pretext of the war. And so this case, as soon as Ukraine wins it, this will be the proper fora for the Russian to pay the reparation, because we do claim the reparation for what has been done since February 2022. But there are some other cases also about what was happening since 2014, because it's very important not to forget that the war started in 2014, not just these months.
And now I wanted to bring to get into a more sort of, you know, granular level here and bring Jana in to discuss some of the, you know, innovations and the techniques that they're now using to combat the very latest Russian narratives in this war?
I will start. First of all, it's a great honor for me to represent Ukraine today. Unfortunately, I'm not able to visit Brussels. I am in Kiev. And as Oksana said about electricity, I hope that we won't have any air alerts now, so I would be able to fully participate in the discussion. So at the Center for Counter Disinformation, that was established not long before the full-scale invasion started. It was established in spring 2021, but we started operating only in November 2021 because there are some processes to get budgeting because it's a new state structure and we have never seen anything like this before. I'm responsible for innovations and development at the center. And what can I say? I think that everyone does parsing of information, everyone does media analysis and monitoring. And what we suggest to do is to bring it on another level of strategic and systematic level of understanding and working with information. Especially, we consider one of the tools to combat disinformation, not the consequences of disinformation, but the root cause of disinformation, is the battles of narratives. And recently, I have visited the forum in Istanbul, Strategic Communication Forum Summit, excuse me. And there was one speaker from the third-party countries who said that there are people who take Ukraine's side and there are people who take Russia's side. And each country should decide which side to take because there is no truth and all the sides are lying and you can never understand who is good and who is bad. So this is very, very dangerous narrative that Russia is spreading currently all across the world, that you should not believe anyone and you should only see gray. And the best way to counter this is to bring to the floor another counter narrative. So what we are currently doing is discovering how to cut those Russian narratives right from the start, and so that they cannot have a large scale of dissemination and cannot impact everyone in a very bad way like they do now. For these purposes, we have developed our software that is built on a technology called state-of-art meta language, and it's recognizing not only keywords or sentences, but also narratives. Mm-hmm. And thanks to this program, we can compare which narrative is dominating in the information space currently, what are our governmental structures doing to counter these narratives, and we can also foresee the evolution and the peak of the spread of certain narratives.
And how do you find these narratives? What are the main sources that distribute these narratives? Are they, for example, Telegram channels or official Russian mass media, or is there something else?
Thank you for the question. So Ruslan mentioned that they have started establishing those fake organizations in 2014. We actually made an investigation together with the security service on the groups and channels that have been coordinated by Russian Federation since 2014. And I can say that it encompasses every platform that exists in the world. So now, today, we are talking about Telegram a lot, but it has, for my opinion, the most dangerous is not Telegram, because we are currently now in a kind of a filter bubble of Telegram discussions. The thing that frightens me more is Russian-affiliated media all across the world that are actively operating under the auspices of their local regions, or they say that they do not affiliate with Russia, but instead they are working for the FSB, for GRU, and they are promoting Russian narratives.
And these are largely conventional media channels rather than social media distribution. So it would be maybe not Sputnik, because we already understand what Sputnik is, but some other things that no one knows is actually a Russian channel that might call itself Town Local News or something. This kind of stuff.
You see, we have been discussing this issue with a colleague from Asia, and for example, in Malaysia and Indonesia, for what I have heard, some people still don't have a connection to social media, and even if they have, they don't know how to actually behave on that stuff. So, of course, social media is very influential, and we cannot deny the influence of Facebook groups and coordinated and authentic behavior networks. But still, we are starting to forget what is the main source of information for more than a half of the population of the planet. It's a TV. and for example, Chinese television, it also distributes Russian narratives and Russian disinformation.
Thank you. And now let's go back a bit more into the Ukrainian side of things after that international discussion. And I know that Yaroslav has a couple of things and maybe one or two visuals he'd like to show us of the information
in Telegram,
or of Telegram in Ukraine and in the Ukrainian and Russian-speaking
yes.
languages where Telegram is extremely popular.
Yes, because in Ukraine, Telegram is the most dangerous. Can I have my PowerPoint, please? Detector Media conducts weekly studies of Ukrainian media in Ukraine, and the general results are always the same. In case of Russian disinformation, Twitter is surprisingly not that bad, or was, now we will see. Facebook and YouTube make me lose my hope in humanity. And then you have Telegram, not just the worst of them all, but real safe haven for Russian propaganda. Why is that? Because of three main reasons. First of all is anonymity. You can have successful Telegram channel with 1 million subscribers without once showing your real name, real photo, or any credentials beyond phone number. Because of that, in Ukraine, we have quite influential channel literally called Shadow Anonymous, for God's sake. But the problem isn't just that anybody can create a channel, it's that anybody can pretend to be anybody else, which Russia did. In the first days of the invasion, they created this whole network of fake channels for Ukrainian city they would like to conquer. Channels with really believable Ukrainian names, and of course just the best of ideas. Like, guys, let's join Russia for a try, why not? Next problem is moderation. In terms of moderation, Telegram has no moderation. If you know some Russian propagandists by name, like Exhibit A, Vladimir Solovyov, he is already banned in Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, MySpace, Friendster, and probably PlayStation Network. But he is still active in Telegram. And when I say active, I mean active. A Russian media person and government official like to incite genocide in Telegram, because why not? You can do anything here. They like to threaten Europe and the whole world with nuclear threats, and of course, lie. This is, to be honest, the most favorite Telegram post of all time. It's personal, because 4 hours into invasion, this channel called Legitimate, with almost 1 million subscribers, posted that we're all gonna die, guys. We have no air defense anymore. Our sky is open. This is the end. Well, what a shame then. Then after this post, Russia lost to Ukrainian air defense almost 300 different aircrafts, just with visual confirmation. Third problem is Telegram is really popular in Ukraine. To be perfectly honest with you, by now it is the main source of news for Ukrainians. I guess we just like hard mode or something, I don't know. we will skip this one. Okay, so my part of this called Telegram as a tool during wartime. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure that when you use something during wartime, it's not a tool, it's a weapon. And Russia uses Telegram as such. Your normal conquer of another country starts with rockets and some aviation, then artillery barrages, and then you send soldiers. But for Russia, it all was just a second wave, because Telegram was already there. 2 years ago, our security service uncovered this whole channel of Ukrainian Telegram channels, really run by Russia intelligence. So Russia believed then in January 2022, this channel make Ukrainian to greet Russian soldiers with flowers and not bullets. Well, that didn't go that well for like 90,000 Russian soldiers by now, but Telegram warfare continues. Dr. Media weekly find out some new Russian operations in Telegram, like against our refugees in Europe, against Europe itself and the European sanctions, against Western weapon in Ukraine, against their own genocide and other crimes, against Ukrainian counteroffensive, and also, of course, again, nuclear threats for Europe and the whole world. So, network is still there. This slide shows us map of a known Russian intelligence channel in Ukraine in Telegram, and they all interconnected with reposts. So, channel, it's really a network.
When you analyze this map, and you look at what Telegram channels people are actually using, do you find that people are using these Telegram channels that are without realizing they're Russian Telegram channels or not?
Well, some of them. But when I ask my colleagues and friends, why you use Telegram? It's a Russian network. They say, I read some government officials, like mayor of my city, some war experts, some good guys in quality media, and 2 or 3 Russian channels just for fun and general awareness. So they know it's for fun. But it's like in a restaurant, you order some coffee, some meat, and just uranium for fun.
But like the Telegram protocol is open source, and the Telegram clients are open source. Why don't we make, a patriotic Ukrainian Telegram client that is linked to a moderation scheme and persuade at least Ukrainians to use it? Now, this isn't going to help people who are signed up members of the Russian disinfosphere. It's not even probably going to help ordinary Russians, because such another client would get banned in Russia. But couldn't we make another one and encourage people to use that, which would at least label disinformation and propaganda on those channels for them in the way that other platforms are able to do it?
No.
Why?
Because Ukrainians already have dozens of other social media, and they choose Telegram.
No, but it would still be the Telegram network, but it would be a different app. Now, they may or may not download it. That's the question. But if we made a different app linked into the Telegram API, linked into the Telegram network, couldn't we then give Ukrainians who still want to use Telegram for all their stuff a way to use a kind of label Telegram that would mean they wouldn't become inadvertent messengers for Russian propaganda?
Well, I guess it's just something about people's psychology. They like their Telegram with all the Russian stuff, and Russia loves it. And
I think it might be a good idea, by the way. Yeah, it's there is not only one way to fight disinformation. It's not just ban Russian television, ban Russian social platforms, or like look at Facebook. They have a wonderful idea of marking disinformation, not just deleting, but marking disinformation. They use, for example, our articles to mark disinformation on Facebook. So people who were exposed to this disinformation, they will receive a message. This is not true. What you read is not true. Read this. This is what really happened. So this idea with Telegram in Telegram, Ukrainian Telegram, which might be moderated, used fact check, like from our organization and other organizations. So people who consume information from Telegram will consume more clear information, fact checked, and they will not be exposed to this flood of disinformation that produced by different type of players. Sorry, I interrupted you.
We've now had a run through of many aspects of the information war, whether it's how long it started, what's going on right now, and how we might eventually be able to bring the Russian state and its propagandists to account. I want to now open this fascinating discussion out to the floor. I'm sure you all have burning questions to ask. The only thing I would ask is that you do ask questions and not statements, and if you can also give your organization you represent and your name. So we're going to also possibly have some questions from the online audience as well. I hope there'll be a way to feed those into me too. But I see some hands already jumping up. First of all, I see the lady in the glasses there. Yep, third row back. And we're going to collect a couple of questions and then have another discussion based on that.
Thank you very much, and thank you for an excellent discussion. My name's Carolina McLaughlin. I work for the Center for Civilians in Conflict. We have a team in Ukraine which is looking at protection of civilians in this particular conflict. And one of the projects that excuse me, that we're currently working on is the impact of disinformation on civilian harm. Now, I appreciate that the discussion that we've had here is on a sort of more strategic and political level, but I'm curious if in your research and in your observations that particular issue has come up. Are there any particular pathways or any specific examples at a sort of more tactical, specific level where disinformation has led to specific instances of civilians being harmed? Thank you very much.
And I think the gentleman beside her also had a question. This is very efficiently located.
Thank you for the floor. My name is Dmitro Shkurko, National News Agency of Ukraine. My question to Oksana, we all know what is, for example, the murder crime is, but if we are speaking about the propagandists, are there in a criminal code some kind of articles to make them responsible? And the general question to the gentleman, we have had some kind of topic of struggling between the narratives, so that we invented some kind of sophisticated means to fight Russian narrative. But you know what is the danger? That fighting against narrative by another narrative is also always the informational manipulation. So my question is, does Ukraine succeed to form and to create some kind of new culture in the condition of war, which could be described like, for officials of course, never lie in a war? And is it possible never lie in a war conditions? Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So we'll come down to another. We'll get you in the next narrative. There are many themes already. So in the next round, there are many themes already in this, including big ones like: is it possible to fight a war while maintaining some kind of fealty to the truth? It was Winston Churchill who said that the truth must be accompanied by a flotilla of lies. Is that something that people on the panel would agree with or disagree with? And also, I'd like to ask: is there some way that we can indicate if Yana wants to come in, because we can't see her on the panel on the screens? But if you want someone,
Yeah.
Oh, you're here. Superb. So if we can move away from the Telegram presentation and back towards Yana's visuals, please. So on the question of lying and truth, I think you might want to say, you've got Ruslan, you're keen to say something here.
For me, it's not a choice. For our organization, for me personally, it's very important to be truthful always, and 20 years ago, I gave myself a word, never lie, and I keep this word. So, and again, it's a reputation. So when somebody caught you on lies, not mistake, but on lies, and it means the end of reputation of your organization, including the government. So I think it's we can fight disinformation with truth, being transparent, even saying not very pleasant facts to our side, to Ukrainian side, or to, well, this is my answer. So yes.
And so Yaroslav, I mean, I may have some specific
yes, of course,
answers
but
to the like civilian thing. I mean, you've really gone into the detail of how this misinformation's happened, and
dehumanization of Ukrainians is, I guess, largest narrative that Russia run. Of course, we have some studies about LGBTQ plus community that Russia hates and makes their soldiers hate, Ukrainian women that they raped. And of course, Russians want their soldiers to kill Ukrainians, and for that you need a motivation, and of course they provided motivation. They bomb Ukrainian infrastructure and Ukrainian children, so they need to explain it to normal Russians or normal Russians. So yeah, dehumanization is big part, is general and the most important part of Russian disinformation about Ukraine. The whole Nazi thing is about dehumanization of Ukrainians. And of course, I want to just add something what Ruslan said. We should not lie, because Russia lies and it's what distinguishes us from Russia. But just now we maybe cannot tell everything, because it's war and there are some secrets.
Okay, thank you. And now, Oksana, the question for you
yes,
about
I was lucky to have a personal question. So I was trying to, so what Russia is doing, it is violations of everything on all different levels. It is also Russians are making unlawful propaganda that will be charged under the criminal codes. Ukrainian code has relevant provisions. The criminal codes of other countries, they also do have these provisions. And if we look back at what happened in the history of the Second World War, the people who were in charge of the propaganda, they were also brought to accountability. But I want to point out again that it is not only the propaganda in the Russian Federation, but they also use this propaganda and so some fake information to legitimate what they have done. And so the very bright example of it is MH17. Just after shooting down of the MH17, Russian Federation created 4 separate versions of what could have happened. And it was not that the Russian Federation brought the book and it was shot down by this book. There were 4 different scenarios. And for these 8 years, in each and every possible platform, judicial fora, Russian Federation again and again uses these 4 different scenarios. Even though the technical report by the Dutch Safety Board said that there is only one version. Different court authorities, including the ICJ and ECHR, that are looking now in this case, and also the ICAO Council will be also looking in this case. Now, the District Court of The Hague, they had to spend a lot of time again to counter this propaganda. So, and we will see it again and again when we will be discussing issues of MH17. Just a small example in future. So now the work of lawyers is just not only to prove facts and to see what, as we see it in criminal dramas, you have just to have a number of facts to find sufficient evidences, but you should also, in case when you are dealing with Russia, to be able to counter and spend most of your time in countering their misinformation.
Thank you. And now let's go around for a second round. We have the lady in the blue jacket, and then Tommy, and then the gentleman behind Tommy. So.
Hello, I'm Olga Kosmidou. Would you have an explanation why in some European countries disinformation is very popular in the public? I'm not talking about political choices. I'm talking about disinformation with the public. Thank you.
Thank you. And Tommy.
Thank you. Actually, it's kind of basically my question is pretty much follows what Olga just said. So I guess in this disinformation we have various levels. Now I think the panelists and the discussions has focused much on the information for warfare in Ukraine. That therefore the reference to Telegram. But as Olga said, there's a big national differences. So I guess this is a question for this panel, but maybe all upcoming panels. Have you any reflections? Because I'm sure that at least that you follow also the discussion in Europe, but not Europe, but especially the member states, because different countries, the debate is very different. So, and that's significant, of course, in upcoming winter. We know whole issue of the energy, and that discussions impact to support Ukraine. So, how do you see that playing out? This whole what we have discussed in different EU member states. Thank you.
Thank you. And then the gentleman just there with.
Yes, thank you. My name is Zenon Koval. I'm a former Belgian diplomat and now working as a special political advisor to the Association of Ukrainians in Belgium. I participated in something like 90 television debates on a television information channel, French-speaking, here in Belgium. And what I just see is that when you have two narratives, people today don't have the time to check the facts. They just hear and try to digest what they hear. So we have two positions. Either you say that, well, I don't believe in anything, and I don't care about this anymore, or you have, if you compare between black and white, the truth must be somewhere in between. So the false narrative wins all the time. So how can we avoid that position or that situation? So the truth is always losing, always. Sorry.
So we have these two questions now. The international dimension. How are we seeing things evolve in different parts of the world? And the old problem, which I remember sadly from the Brexit referendum, of two narratives on opposite sides, one which was entirely made up and one which had some basis in truth, and the difficulty in getting accurate, at least evidence-informed debate in that kind of context. So first, Jana, could I bring you in here to look at the international dimension? I mean, what are you seeing from your vantage point in the National Security Council about this? Where are these narratives working, and where can you see you're being able to make some progress against them?
Very good questions from the audience. So what we see, and also one of my points, is that we should separate disinformation as disinformation and organized coordinated crime that we are calling at the National Security Defense Council information terrorism. So concerning the organized crime, by having agents and sponsoring media outlets and resources that are spreading disinformation, we see that there is a very dangerous narrative now spread across the international space. Because you see, before, at the era of Cold War, there was like a separation of countries across the world. There was pro-Soviet countries, pro-American democratic countries, and so-called third world countries. So now, what Russia does? Russia names so-called third world countries that haven't joined any unit during Cold War, they are calling these countries that are not agreeing with the rules of America, so that they are not undermining these countries, but they are trying to seek their help in their politics. So they see now these countries as a playground for their own propaganda and disinformation, and they are trying even to establish their affiliation of RT Sputnik in Africa, for example. So what we see is that they are trying to engage more and more with those countries. How we counter it? We are working closely with our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and now we have started a program with our embassies. We are informing them on the current information threats that we are seeing. And we are also doing some recommendations on how to prevent the further spreads of these such dangerous narratives. The other two narratives I can mention. The first one is that the world is running out of weapons and will not give them to Ukraine. And the second one is that they are spreading in Europe, is that government doesn't care about you, it cares about Ukrainian refugees, so that the local people in Europe now have less rights than Ukrainian refugees. That, of course, is not true, and it is very manipulative.
Thank you. I mean, what links this answer and the other questions is really the question of framing. And this is really a question for the whole rest of the panel, is how do you, in practice, find ways to effectively challenge these frames, whether it's the frame of there being two sides, and so the truth must be somewhere in between, or whether it's some frame about the government not caring about you because it only cares about Ukrainians in some way. How have you, what works in your experience in challenging this attempt, even not necessarily to present the counter-narrative on its own terms, but to use the counter-narrative simply to create confusion and therefore have people think, oh, well, it's all much of a muchness. You know, what works in this situation?
Yeah, I think that Kremlin likes to use this approach when they bombard people, audiences with many fakes, trying to sink the truth in the sea of disinformation and lies. Absolutely right. The traditional media they have this imagine that, well, let's balance information. This is what Russians say, this is what Ukrainian says. And the truth must be somewhere in the middle, because we don't know, and nobody will ever know the truth, who shoot down the MH17. That's what they try to persuade us. And I think it's a crucial rule of media people. We cannot balance lie and facts. We cannot invite people who constantly spread disinformation, who lie in your face to the journalist and pretend that this is just another point of view. So I think the traditional media should take care and should pay attention and not to be victim of such approach of Russian disinformation and propaganda. I think it's.
I think if you have something burning to say, do, but otherwise I think we might have a chance to get one very quick last round in from the audience. Gentleman over there in the very smart suit. And then the gentleman with the wonderful beard.
Thank you very much, Martin. I'm visiting professor of College of Europe in my night job. I have a disinformation challenge for you to see if you can answer this. So, outside the Russian Chamber of Commerce, you may or may not know, it's in Lorraine, and it has the 3-meter electric fence going above it. So it's like every Chamber of Commerce, it has an electric fence. Outside in the woods, they have graffiti saying Putin equals SS, okay? And on both sides. My question is to you, who painted or sprayed that graffiti? Was that the Russians? Or was that the opponents of Russia? Who sprayed that graffiti?
Okay, and then...
Hello, thank you for a very interesting conversation and debate. Not quite debate, actually, everybody agrees. So, my name is Igor Chocholak. I'm from the Association of Ukrainians in Belgium. My question is about the average citizen, the standard citizen in Belgium. I mean, how can the result of your work reach the average citizens? Because, I mean, the message now is one of the reasons for the cost of life in Belgium, for instance, is the war in Ukraine. We just hear Ukraine, not Russian aggression. So the message is quite well implanted in the brains of Belgian citizens. How can you convince them with the results of your work of how can you reach them and convince them of what the reality is? Thank you.
One last brief one we can take.
Thank you so much for your presentation and your comments. I'm Andrea Mogna, from former official of European External Action Service, still active on conflicts in Central Eastern Europe. My question is the following. I mean, first point, I would be inclined to distinguish between information provided by media and public statements, official statements by hierarchies, official hierarchies. And now, referring to these official statements, I notice some different positions taken by Russian officials, but also different positions taken by Ukrainian officials. And I'm focusing now on peace, possibility to reach a peace. Do you think that this kind of, let's say, declarations in one way or in another are fake, are serious? Do you think that there is a possibility to invest on some of these statements? Do you think that people are serious? Are they provide a decent?
To be more specific, do you mean something like Macron's interview? Like
I'm talking about official statements, both in Russia, in Ukraine, but also in Western Europe or in the US. Do you think that is fake news, or do you think that is serious?
Right.
Thank you.
So we have the Disinfo Challenge. We have official statements versus off-the-record briefing. And then we finally, how do we get the message to average citizens? So who wants to take this up? Go.
To this question, I have same answer. For me, it's humor, because Russian disinformation is pretty stupid. And when we have like this battle mosquitoes that attack only Russians, so we can sit here and like Russian genes, Ukrainian genes, they're the same, mostly like all humans, and this battle mosquitoes is nonsense because we have here mosquito experts. It's very strange, and it's makes these things very serious, too much information, and people think, okay, much of muchness, maybe yes, maybe no, battle mosquitoes. Or you can just say, like, guys, battle mosquitoes. It's stupid. This will be the end of this fake. And in terms of European Union and politics with disinformation, there is Belgium Royal Natural Science Museum, 10 minutes from here, and they have the biggest fossil collection in Europe. Some of European Union disinformation politics belongs there. Because we lost first round against Russian disinformation. We were too soft, because we fought these fakes like different fakes from normal people who believe in some nonsense. It was organized crime. I am here with Yana. And to battle it, we need to battle Russia as a country, Russian government and Russian state journalists. Because it's all like one big operation, and we should battle it like one big operation, like organized crime.
I mean, a final question then for the panelists. We've banned, Russian state television. We try and moderate social media networks, and finally we have, what's the next step to disrupt what we might want to call lie stream 2, this new level of Kremlin propaganda?
prison for propagandists and for Russian government officials and for Putin.
But before we get there, I mean, that's kind of, there are many, it would be great to see Putin in the dock in The Hague, but it might take some time. What should we do first to help bring that about on the information side?
Defeat Russia, of course. It's two-step plan. Step plan: defeat Russia, give us weapons and money, and then prison.
I agree. I absolutely agree. The Special Tribunal for the Crime of Aggression should be created. All war crimes and those who committed crimes of genocide and crimes against humanity are to be brought to accountability either by Ukrainian courts or by ICC. Russia should pay us reparation, but meanwhile, please provide us weapons. We are not even asking for electricity, just weapons.
You know what's good against disinformation? Attackams.
Yeah, I would like also add that you're absolutely right that people in Belgium and other countries should understand that the Ukrainian victory will mean for them low prices for utilities, low inflation, and everything else. So when Ukraine wins, we will all have this, what you mentioned. And answering your question, as a fact checker, I will not speculate on something I don't know without having evidence, but you are absolutely right. Russian propaganda is very creative. In case of Bucha, they created many pictures, video fakes about victims of Bucha. Russians created and saying, hey, this is a picture from Bucha, video from Bucha, Ukrainian women is raped, and then it was wrong video, wrong pictures. They debunked these fakes, and we had many truthful stories, and we had a lot of stories that were created by Russian propaganda and were debunked. And a person in this country, in any other country, say, "Hey, there are many fakes. Something is wrong with that. Maybe Russians are right." And so you're absolutely right. They are creative, producing fakes. It's not like a very straight situation, and it might be in both ways.
Finally, Yana, let's have the last word from Kiev. What's next? What the next thing you would like us to do? Apart, obviously, from send you more weapons, which we understand. Can't hear. Hello, can you hear us?
Hi, I got disconnected for a second.
So what is apart from banning Russian TV channels, moderating social media, and apart, of course, from sending you more weapons, what on the information side of the conflict, what would you like us to do?
So, first of all, as we are a strategic body, not a situational, operational body, we are doing more of strategic work. I don't believe that disinformation will stop after we defeat Russia. So we are foreseeing that, for example, my team that is doing researches on innovation and development, we are foreseeing that in nearest future, there will appear groups of so-called information or cognitive terrorists that will try to manipulate public opinion and to disinform people in aim to achieve their own goals that won't be for benefits of any state or structure. So what we are seeing that Russia is not the only one who does disinformation, and in the future we will have much more threats and much more challenges, especially when you know that in some time a first ever brain-built chip will be constructed in a human brain that will allow a person to connect to the laptop or to smartphone via your brain. So imagine how disinformation will look like in this time.
On that optimistic note of remote control totalitarian cyborgs, we have to leave it. Thank you very much for all your contributions, all your insight, and I want to thank the audience for their interested and involved questions. Thank you to everyone, and we can take no more time here. We're on a very strict schedule.
Dear audience, we invite you for a lunch break in the lobby where you had the registration. We have around 45 minutes break. Please be back on time as we have quite a tight schedule. So we'll reconvene here at 2:45 at 1:45 for the next panel. So enjoy your lunch.
get started? Oh, great. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a bit challenge to start the panel right after the lunch break. Hi, everyone, and thank you for coming back. Our panel will be dedicated to the joining efforts to combat disinformation, especially in the Lublin Triangle format. As we heard in the previous session, that Russian propaganda and disinformation are neither new nor unique. And in this panel, we have an opportunity to hear more from the perspective of Lithuania, Poland, and Ukraine. While working on the first ever joint report on the countering disinformation by the Lublin Triangle, the experts found a lot of commonalities. So the same narratives, the same tactics, and the same objectives for Russia's propaganda in all three countries. And I was just wondering, were there any differences? And if so, what do they serve for? And that's what I want to ask our first speaker, who is representing Detector Media NGO from Ukraine, which has been leading the work on this policy paper from the Lublin Triangle. The Detector Media NGO is established more than a decade ago and now running numerous studies to monitor and to expose manipulations and disinformation in media. And let me introduce and please welcome the director of Detector Media, Halina Petrenko. Halina, your team has done an amazing job for this report, and please share some key findings of it and tell us what surprised you more, because I know that you know so much about disinformation and fake news. So maybe something surprised you when you dealt with this report and this analysis for three countries, please.
Okay, I would like to ask to switch on the presentation. This report is a result of work of three civil society organizations from Ukraine, from Poland, and from Lithuania. It is based on data which was collected starting from January 2021 and ending in August 2022. And this data was collected on national TV channels in our country, on printed media, on social networks, on online media. To start my presentation, I would like to ask you to try to guess which country is being described by Russia disinformation in such way that I will tell you. So, which is the country within Lublin Triangle that is under external governance, at the same time being used by the West secret government, will be cold and hunger during upcoming winter, discriminates against Russian speakers, persecutes people for their political views, and controls the information environment. The correct answer to this question, that all three countries within Lublin Triangle are being described by Russia disinformation the same way. So all these messages are being disseminated in all three countries, and all three societies need to be we need to make somehow resilient to all these messages. Well, talking about concrete messages and narratives which Russian disinformation spreads, we categorized them in three targets which Russia wants to achieve. The first one, beliefs and trust, to undermine beliefs and trust of citizens. And you see, I think that many of you know very well all these messages. The second target is undermining intergroup and intragroup relations, and also, like, we all are Russophobic, Nazis, let it be. We somehow behave as refugees. And the third target is international attempts to undermine international cooperation and unity. Talking about not only similarities but also differences when we are talking about Russian disinformation narratives, we may say that, of course, Russia tries to adjust somehow their messages to be better perceived in each country. So, for example, when we are talking about this undermining NATO and EU unity, in Poland and in Lithuania, Russia says something like it was counterproductive to join the EU for Poland and for Lithuania, and Poland, for example, needs to make this Polexit to leave the EU. In Ukraine, regarding this attempts to undermine unity, Russia says that please do not go to this NATO and EU. You don't need it. Look at Turkey. It already has the candidacy status for 20 years and so on. And also, of course, in this massive of narratives and messages, they are very important for us, very painful for us currently, because Russia tries to stop the military aid for Ukraine, tries to tell people in Poland and in Lithuania that it doesn't worth to help Ukrainian. For example, in Poland, Russia tries to weaponize our historical our common history and to use some historical narratives and to say that it don't help people with such behavior in the past. And answering your question, what was the biggest surprise for me in this work? Yes, I had such a big surprise. I think that I may tell this insight from off-record meeting with the Minister Kuleba. It was, I think, in the beginning of Lublin Triangle in summer of 2021. And we had a meeting, and he said that he would like to raise questions about our common history with Poland and with Lithuania within this initiative, but that he is very afraid to do this because he was, at that time, he was very skeptical that it is possible for us and for Poland to find some solutions, how we explain difficult pages in our common history. And he said, like, no, maybe we could conduct some conference, but academia, society, they will just quarrel with each other and Lublin Triangle will fail as an initiative. And the surprise for me was that we achieved in this common document this year to describe historical narratives, to include them in this document, and we agreed on them, and we had no quarrels. Honestly, I have colleagues here in this panel, and they will also confirm that it was a smooth process, and I think that it's a big shift, frankly speaking, not only in expert community, not only on strategic communications level. I think that it is a big shift between our nations, and it will help Ukraine really to join the EU faster. Should I give some recommendations to raise this point?
Yeah, please, because the report really is very valuable contribution to our fight against disinformation, because this report really contains the also practical recommendation. And sorry, I just using this opportunity to invite our guests to follow the link we can find in your brochure to have a look at read this document. It is available in online folder. Please have a look.
Yes, when you download this report, you will see, of course, the huge amount of different messages and narratives. And it is a question, it is a question how all our countries are able to stay resilient for so many years if we are under such a big informational attack. And indeed we are resilient because we have different opinion polls. For example, in Ukraine, in August 2022, opinion poll showed that 93% of Ukrainians believe in Ukraine's victory. Another opinion poll showed that 72% of Lithuanians are satisfied with the government's response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And another opinion poll shows that 95% of Poles think that Russia's current attack against Ukraine cannot be justified. So societies still are resilient, and we tried to understand why we achieved this resilience and what recommendations we can share with our colleagues from another countries. So we all know that Ukraine started to ban Russian state TV channels in 2014, and then a couple of years later we also banned Ukraine, in legislative field, they were Ukrainian TV channels, but they were fully funded by Russia. And Poland and Lithuania then joined also this way and also started to ban some TV channels. And we recommend not to be afraid of banning state-connected Russian media, because they have not much in common with media and with the freedom of speech. And we talk not only about RT or Sputnik, but also those not state-owned, but state-connected TV channels like NTV, or they have several of them. Also, we in all our 3 countries, we established authority bodies which are responsible for strategic communications and which are responsible for countering disinformation. For example, they established some monitoring systems which are working on finding quickly the messages and narratives, and on attempts to fast respond to them. Also, we of course believe in all media literacy initiatives, and in all 3 countries we have them. In all 3 countries we have the negotiations, have the constant work with big tech companies. It's not easy for us. It's not easy to do such negotiations only on the level of one country. It is a sphere when our efforts should be united with bigger countries. And one more remark about big tech companies. Of course, we want them to adjust their policies in countering disinformation topic. But we all have the problems how to communicate with Meta or with Google, or we don't know what will happen with Twitter maybe in a half of a year. But in Ukraine we have another problem. We already heard it from the previous panel. It's Telegram. But that was an advice from my colleagues just to switch off the Telegram on your phones. But it's not a way in which we see the situation is being developed in Ukraine, because in Ukraine, during or after the full-scale invasion, Telegram became the most popular source of news and #1 source of news among all social networks and messages. And when I am talking about, when I am talking to my colleagues from media outlets in Ukraine currently, when I ask them how they will work in situation of electricity shortages, because they need to to find some formats which can be easily consumed when you have lack of electricity and internet connection. The first answer of each and every media manager in Ukraine is to develop Telegram, to develop my content on Telegram, because already there are a lot of people there, so we need to go to follow the consumer, and we need to develop this place. So it could be the next big challenge for us.
Thank you, Galina, and thank you for really amazing overview and fantastic job your team done. I would like to introduce our next speaker representing the Civic Resilience Initiative from Lithuania. Please welcome Lukas Andriukaitis. Sorry, I repeated it so many times. Yeah, co-founder of the initiative. Lukas, the initiative is aimed, among other goals, at catalyzing the changes in the society. And what is your key finding from the job your team have done on Lithuania's side? So what can be the most efficient catalyzer to change the behavior in your society, please?
Perfect. Thank you. Let's see. Can we make it to be full screen? Here we go. So yeah, thank you. CRI is very happy to be part of the Lublin Triangle. We were very excited to do our part of the research, and I'm very happy to be here today to show some of the Lithuanian findings and perspectives that we found during this work. I'll try to keep it short and sweet. Civic Resilience Initiative is quite young, 4 to 5 years, founded by these three guys. And as it was mentioned, our goals are sort of to identify, facilitate, and catalyze changes in the society. We primarily work in Lithuania and other Baltic states, but we also have some plans and projects in other countries in the neighborhood, such as Ukraine, Armenia, Georgia, and Poland. So basically, something that is a little unique to our organization is that we do a lot of open source sort of research and work, and we try to use these methodologies to do research and then do trainings and to sort of help the learning process of the society and the neighborhood. So these kind of methods we used in our research here today. A few words about Lithuania. I already see a typo. There's 2.8 million of us at the moment. So I think we're the smallest Lublin Triangle member, but nonetheless we're small but feisty. And one of the things that you could see from the graph that I'm showing you, I just put together some of the numbers that shows how many Lithuanian inhabitants are actually on social media, and why we usually sort of focus our main attention into this field to analyze what is happening in the social environment in order to better understand the trends and the disinformation as well. And as Helena mentioned, Ukraine has done very good steps in curbing the Russian propaganda by taking out some of the channels and media outlets in Ukraine, and Lithuania actually did sort of the same. We can always do better, but most of the TV channels of Russia are gone, media outlets are gone. And so one of the main ideas, main ways of penetrating our society that Russia is trying to use is actually through social media. And in the next slides, you will see exactly why it is troublesome and why some of the tactics that they're using are actually being used. So I encourage you again to download and read the report. Take your time. We very conveniently added the recommendations of the very first part, because I think the recommendations are sort of the best thing you can take out of it. If you only have 5 minutes to read the report, read the recommendations. But I just wanted to give you a quick overview of what the Lithuanian part of the research found. And this is just an excerpt of how we actually put together all the data. We took the overarching narratives, found the stories that are supporting them, and then classified by using open source tools and techniques how much engagement they have garnered. So basically how many people those stories have reached and how effective they were. And we classified them from low to medium to high. And as you can see, the red parts show that some of the stories were actually very high and actually managed to penetrate in the society in one level or another. But talking about sort of more overarching narratives, as you can see, the trends are similar in other countries as well, but Lithuania as a failed state was a very common trend. Lithuanians' foreign policy was and still is very much lambasted by Russia and China for other reasons, but we're not going to get into that minefield. Lithuania's government was shown as being unstable, as incompetent, and a very popular trend as well. As all the Baltics, Lithuania was portrayed as fascist, Nazi, and add any other similar words into this list. And lastly, that Lithuania is an instigator of the strife between EU and NATO. So basically, we're shown very often as a little but very angry dog that is trying to sort of bite Russia and then run and hide behind the United States. Talking about actors, for those who are not Lithuanian, these names might not tell you a whole lot, but for those who are, you might see some familiar faces. I'll just give you a few sort of overarching statements here. Almost all of the most popular actors were leaning onto either radical right or radical left. All of them are Lithuanian. Almost all of them are Lithuanian with little or no Russian backgrounds, and they're trying to represent sort of the alternative voice. I think it's very much in other countries as well. But one thing that we notice is that most of these actors, in this case you see individuals, have built their followers sort of bases during COVID times and before. So they're very good in changing skin. Whenever something is happening, they're usually playing their own tunes. But when the full invasion in Ukraine happened in February, there was a bit of a gap. And we noticed that they sort of stopped for a little bit. And there might be a few explanations. One, which sound quite reasonable to me, is that they were shocked as well because they weren't expecting that Russia will take such a move. And the other, they just didn't want to sort of stick their necks out because the whole society was very energized and angry and still is. So they approached slightly differently and more into questioning. Maybe both sides are wrong. Maybe the war started because both sides were pushing their own narratives and so on and so on. Maybe some of the news are not exactly right. Maybe we shouldn't be involved, and more of a as RT likes to say, question more approach. So the same was with the actors who are more TV channels or media outlets, and. Yeah, again, I wanted to show you a list because, as you saw from the second slide, YouTube is a big thing, and a lot of new YouTube pages are coming out, and they're trying to represent themselves as alternative media outlets, which is a trend in the US and Western Europe as well, I think. But they're trying to create their TV channels, like one of my personal nemesis, Press Jazz TV, who oftentimes writes and do TV shows about me and my organization. They try to show that they're independent and that they're trying to question more and other things. So these pages also were not established during this research period, quite a bit before, but now since they have a pretty solid followers basis, they can talk about their propaganda messages. And lastly, I didn't want to talk too much about the recommendations. We very conveniently again put them into 4 categories for all stakeholders. for governments and public institutions, for international organizations and donors, and lastly, for governments and public institutions. Here I only took one of each, which I think the most applies to either what Lithuania excels at or what Lithuania is working on. Just a few words about each one. The first one is that in order to fight disinformation, there should be a synergy between different sectors. And I think in my 8 years or so of work in this information field, I haven't really found a lot of other countries that have such a nice synergy between NGOs, government, journalists, and even business in some points, working on the same issue without even full control. It's sort of a natural synergy working on the same goal. And more can be done, but I think if there's one thing that Lithuania excels at in this field, I think this is the synergy. The implementation of and practice of cooperation between various authority bodies. So this is a big one. I think on the government level there should be more collaboration, and this is a very good example of this. The Lublin Triangle. I think the recommendations that we wrote will be very useful in the future. Foster initiatives of civil society. So again, we work as CRI. We work a lot with the government, and we're very happy to have such good partners in MFA and other institutions. And lastly, and I think we can leave this for discussion, we should work on reducing economic initiatives and sort of bring penalties for spreading disinformation, not only as an organization, but also as an individual. And I'm not going to go too deep into the current situation in Lithuania, but it's quite hard sometimes for the law, the government to fully recognize who deals in infotainment, who deals in entertainment, who's an influencer, who's a media outlet, and so on. And circling back to the first slide, since most of our country is online, these questions become more and more important. So, thank you.
Thank you, Lucas. Thank you. Just really very thought-provoking, I believe. I would like to invite our next guest, next speaker from Poland. Please welcome Michał Krawczuk from Instytut Kościuszki, the non-profitable and non-governmental think tank, which was the Polish partner in this endeavor. Please, Michał, share what surprised you the most, and what is the difference, specific to be, mentioned from Polish perspective.
Hello everyone. It's my pleasure to be here and to speak here. I would like to ask for the presentation. If we can get the full size too, thanks. So I knew I will be third in the line, and I knew the delivery of the key takeaways and recommendations will be done already. So I will more focus just on our Polish perspective on Russian disinformation and how we look at it and how we see it. So quick to the case. I would like to underline first quickly that that disinformation and propaganda is just a part of the problem, and it's just a tool, and it stands next to a bigger thing that we can name in very different ways, but I choose to use hostile measures, meaning that is understood as a wide range of political, economic, diplomatic, or military activities that could be perceived as harmful or hostile. And we've seen examples of that in Poland in the last few years. I've mentioned only a few on the slide. We can see Ghost Rider operation, which focused first on anti-NATO, anti-EU narratives in Poland, in Lithuania, but then also included hack and leak operations against Polish government, and the leaked email messages from politician email accounts are still used to influence Polish information space. We've had Kremlin information operations where we've seen direct attempts to influence Polish information space. We've seen cyber-enabled info ops, for example, when the Polish military academy website was hacked, and the hostile actors, they tried to post a fake letter from one of the Polish government, which had anti-American and anti-NATO sound. And of course, we have pro-Kremlin activities, and I mean by that the activities of Polish citizens within the country that are trying to push pro-Kremlin narratives. It goes about disinformation environment. We have one benefit in Poland and probably in other Eastern European countries. We have built-in great distrust of any action and policy of the Russian Federation. It's because of our common history with Russia, with Soviet Union. It's because of communist era. And that's why the Russian propaganda, Russian disinformation has a different objective in Poland and different set of tools that they use. Because there's no way they know that they cannot push just pro-Russian propaganda because no one will believe in it. And they can't count on introducing a puppet government in Warsaw. It's not going to work. So they focus solely on if they cannot push pro-something messages, they're trying to push anti-everything messages. Anti-Ukrainian, anti-NATO, anti-EU, anti-West, anti-LGBT, you can name anything. And the goal here is just to create a chaos in Polish information space and indirectly in Polish political scene, and create also an anxiety and fear in Polish society. And we can see that in last month, that more and more messages and narrative is trying to create this fear about inevitable catastrophe that is coming to Poland. And this catastrophe is about nuclear strike, about Ukrainian refugees taking over Polish homes or Polish economy, about American imperialism, so you can name anything. And who pushed that messages in Poland? It's really a broad set of actors and mix of actors, from politicians, even ones that are in Polish parliament, through political and social activists, independent journalists. I think that's pretty similar to other countries. And of course, there are big communities around social media channels on YouTube and on Facebook. They mainly were built during COVID-19 pandemic, where they were anti-COVID, anti-vaccine, but now they are also trying to push mainly anti-Ukrainian narratives. So they build their audience, now they're using it. And this leads to the fact that the Russian propaganda, Russian disinformation is opportunistic by design, and it has the benefit of the fact that they don't have any attachment to any logic or common sense in their activities. So they can exploit any story, they can use it to create fear and chaos, as I mentioned before. And that's why Poland can be both the same day a failed state controlled by Washington, which citizens have to go to Belarus to buy sugar, and the military power, I mean, to occupy Ukraine by force and taking over half of Ukraine. And when talking about opportunism, we have really interesting cases just from the first days of the war. There was a first wave of refugees from Ukraine just hours after the war started. And there was this case of African students that had problems. There were also racist incidents on the way to the Polish border, and probably on the Polish border. They were reported, but they were just minor incidents, and they were in a moment picked up by Russian propaganda and used to artificially create this sense of systemic racism of Polish and Ukrainian governments. And we have evidences that they were promoting specific hashtags on Twitter artificially using bots to create this bigger sense. Also, I included Westplaning. It's a really interesting case of experts, academics, celebrities from Western countries that were trying, especially in the first months of the war, to take a stance on the war, on the situation in Ukraine, and they were talking most of the times about things that they didn't know much about, and they were focusing on the Western perspective and undistracted perspective from which they were trying to understand the specific situation in Eastern Europe. And this was, and I'm putting this in here because it was also picked up by Russian propaganda and used it to their value. And one more example is campaign, anti-Ukrainian campaign in Poland that is ongoing now. It's called Stop Ukrainization of Poland. It was started by a Polish politician, Polish member of parliament who published a booklet by that name, who published it in the Polish parliament, who invited all pro-Russian figures from Poland, and they are now pushing this. This campaign involves, for example, astroturfing operation on Twitter, which was aiming at promoting this hashtag Stop Ukrainization of Poland to again show that there are a lot of people who think that than in reality. And what's interesting about this campaign, we can see similar things in different countries. For example, in Romania, maybe just a little bit the content is changed, but pretty much is the same. And that's what I wanted to show you from the Polish perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Michał. And now I believe we now have this three-dimensional knowledge about this policy paper, and it is a pleasure to welcome our next speaker representing the EU, East Stratcom, head of this fantastic team, Martina Biljukevic. Please, Martina, it would be really very interesting to hear from you how the reports like this one could contribute to the EU, what you are doing in your team and what is the EU in strategic communications. So how it could be useful, and maybe do you find that this practice could be, spread for broader circle of countries to have this kind of documents? What do you think, please?
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. I think it's really a smart design of this session and of the report itself that we focus here on the solutions, because as we discussed also before, for quite some time we have been, in my opinion, a little bit too much focused on the problem. And don't get me wrong, we need to talk about the problem. It's a threat to our democracy, it's a threat to our stability, to security, to human rights. And to the lives of Ukrainians, for example, as we know it, we can see it every day. However, the essential part of the discussion is what we actually do about it. And I think the report very nicely sums up what needs to be done on different levels. And certainly there is a lot of inspiration, I think, to be taken for the EU as a whole and also for other member states. Now, from our experience, the only approach that can work in fighting disinformation and information manipulation is a joint one. There is really no single entity that can really deal with it, be it a nation state, an international organization, a social media platform, because we tend to quite a lot focus and also blame the social media platforms quite often, right? And well, I personally believe they are part of the problem, but they are also part of the solution. In any case, the solution is multifold. And I think your cooperation on so many levels with 3 countries is also a very good
indication, a very good example of what can work when we put our minds and our experience together. If you allow me, I will also name a few things that we actually do to counter the threat of disinformation and the actual disinformation, starting by the project that is the closest to my heart, which is EU versus Disinfo. And if you looked at me for the last 15 minutes during this panel, you may have noticed that I was nodding quite a lot during all presentations, and that's because I really know those narratives that were mentioned inside and out. With EU versus Disinfo, we have EU versus, that's a website and social media campaign, EU versus Disinfo.eu. If you haven't seen it yet, don't hesitate, don't wait any longer. So this is a project that was established already in 2015, and one of the first things that was done already then and is continuing up until today was a collection of disinformation cases. And right now we're talking about a kind of a repository that has almost 15,000 examples, and we update it week in, week out, every week without really any break whatsoever. So what you can find there are examples of disinformation that travel through different channels, also TV, so it's not only about what's happening in the digital sphere, through different languages, different countries. And what is very clear and what I think we saw again very brightly this year after Russia attacked Ukraine again, is that really the vast majority of all those narratives that Russia is peddling, targeting Ukraine, targeting Lithuania, targeting Poland, other countries as well, they are mind-numbingly repetitive. One of the examples that was mentioned during this panel was about imperialistic ambitions of some of our countries. When you look at our collection of cases, you can see also, for example, a case of Lithuania allegedly planning to annex Belarus. You can see also examples of Poland and Lithuania together conspiring to annex parts of Ukraine. So, you know, we have seen all of this before. The problem is, however, that as somebody already said in the previous panel, disinformation will not stop. So what we can do, actually, is to contain it and to increase resilience against it. And I think EU versus Info has proven to be one of the tools that really increases resilience with a few million people actually being exposed, let me put it this way, to our content and reacting to our content only this year. So this is more on the communications level, a softer approach, one can say, but what proved to be working very well this year is, well, as far as communication is concerned, being quick and dirty, so to speak. So, you know, we're not at the point when we have time, and I know, coming also from national administration at some point, I know this is difficult sometimes, but we're really not at the point of, you know, having the whole chain of command accepting a tweet, for example. We really need to be quick and dirty, and whenever we are, as EU versus Disinfo, when we, for example, are daring enough to scribble over an infographic of Russian MFA, or disinfographic, we should rather say, and just, you know, put the facts out there, people come through, people actually see it and start understanding how it actually works. So this has been our approach, and I dare to say it has been successful. Another thing, and it was mentioned already a few times, but I still want to make my own point about it, is sanctions. And really, if we were talking a year ago, and anybody would make a point that, you know, maybe we should think about putting sanctions on Russian channels in the European Union, everybody almost would say, or not everybody, but many people would say that this is just not the way to go because we will be limiting the freedom of speech, for example. Right now, we can clearly see how freedom of speech is about also protecting our information space from disinformation and manipulation. And if I may use a metaphor that was coined by my colleague, Jakub Kaleński, I would really wish it was my own, but it's not. So what we have been dealing with for years is a fire. And we have been trying to put out the fire. But what we have also been trying to do is we were training people how to act when there's fire. We have been alerting the people that there is fire and what to do. We have been building more, let's say, fire-resistant buildings and structures. What we have not been doing for quite some time, we have not been trying to catch the arsonist. And I think with sanctions, we're exactly there. And right now, we're at the point where we put sanctions on RT, Sputnik, and 3 other Russian outlets, plus around 20 individuals that are responsible for peddling Russian war propaganda and disinformation connected to the war in Ukraine and justifying Russia's aggression and war crimes. And believe me when I say we have not said the final words on that. And one final point, and this ties very nicely, I think, to the cooperation, and that we all need to make a joint effort here. We have been building, as the European Union, a response also on the institutional level for a few years now. And we learned a hard lesson with the pandemic, that really it makes a lot of sense to know exactly whom to call on the other side of the Atlantic, but also within the European Union, so that the member states can also have, this quick list of people that they can relate to and they can exchange with. So we have the Rapid Alert System, which is a platform, more than a platform really right now. It started as a platform for member states to exchange information. It still is the case, but it's also a whole community that enables exchange of experience, but also of Stratcom plans and other initiatives, and also making sure that our understanding and analysis of whatever is going on in the information space is common. And we also have a space to cooperate with other partners outside of the European Union. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Martina. And I believe that some of you may have questions to our panelists. So, yeah, please, gentlemen.
Thank you. I'm Igor Chocholak, and I'm still of the Association of Ukrainians in Belgium. Thank you for a very interesting presentation. My question is much more about the method. How does the Kremlin work? Does it target one country, fine-tune the message, see how it works, gets feedback, and it targets the other, replicates this to the other countries? Or does the Kremlin attack at the same time all the countries, maybe customizes a bit, and then works like that? I mean, what's the method, actually?
Yeah, that's very interesting to hear from all of you, but who will pick up first?
I can go, but
maybe you have this database.
Okay. So if the response was supposed to be brief, I would say D, all of the above. What I mean by that is the Kremlin is using the whole ecosystem, as we call it, or the whole industry to back its disinformation narratives. So it's really not about just putting one narrative out there on one channel. It's really, and also given how much money is behind the whole operation, we are talking about a global activity here. So it is different for countries like Lithuania, Poland, Ukraine. And Ukraine, by the way, has always been the biggest target for Russia, and I dare even to say the testing ground, in the sense that Ukraine has usually been hit first with different disinformation narratives. If it worked, then also the narratives were spread. So there are different messages, not only to different countries, but to different communities in those countries, designed for different platforms. And really, we're talking about social media, but also traditional media, depending on really who's on the receiving end of it. But what is also important is that we are really not talking only about the narratives, we're also talking about how they are spreading, and the whole wide array of tactics, techniques, procedures that are used to this end, from forged letters to, I think, one of the most troublesome examples of this year, which is how Russian diplomatic accounts on Twitter, but also on other social media, were instrumentalized and used as disinformation spreading tools. Also, peddling disinformation that is portrayed as facts and facts as disinformation. They are even trying to portray or promote an initiative that is pretending to be a fact-checking initiative, which it is not. I could go on and on, but the main thing I think to understand here is that really this is a global operation. Oh, and sorry, just one additional point about the global operation. So when we're talking, for example, about regions quite far away, like Latin America, for instance, the tactics are different. So one of the things that Russia has been doing there is offering free content for the press agencies. And this content is especially interesting for those media outlets that do not have expertise on the East and do not have correspondents, for example, in the East, in our part of the world. So they can use this free content without any strings attached, one could think. But then, of course, the content is full of disinformation narratives. And this is just one of the many, many examples.
Thank you. We have another question, please.
Yes, hello. Jeff Fountain, the Schumann Center for European Studies in Amsterdam. Timothy Snyder talks about the generational factor between the Russian and Ukrainian conflict. You have 70-year-olds running Russia, 40-year-olds Ukraine. How much is this playing a role in the disinformational warfare and the response?
To whom you address your question?
Sorry?
To whom you address your question?
Ah. Well,
okay.
I'm not sure. Who would like to respond to that?
Yeah, Helena, will you pick?
Well, may I answer you in a non-direct way? You know, for me, the biggest paradox of this war is that the part of the society in Ukraine which is suffering the most currently from the war are the people who previously were supporting Russia the most, who were the most loyal to Russia, and who we were afraid that they would somehow not be resilient and would support and so on. So I think that Russia is just stupid. I would believe, I would repeat the words of my colleagues. And we maybe see no such wise strategy behind their actions. So that's my non-direct answer.
Thank you. Do we have another question? Because I already have mine. If yeah, okay. So I dare to ask you. Sorry, please. You first, of course.
Yes, Robert Soltek, European Commission. I also work a bit on disinformation, especially with the representations of the European Commission in member states. My question to the whole panel, the responsibility of the platforms, because Martina was talking about the arsonist, but you need a channel to make a fire. And with now new owner of Twitter, I have the impression that a lot of work that has been done with the platform will be lost, and what we will do about it.
Interesting question.
Okay, I can start with the general thing about platforms. I think they are, of course, part of problem and a part of solution, but we should try to drag them more into this part of being a solution, meaning that we need more willingness from their side to cooperate not only on a state level with governments or with chosen companies or fact-checking organizations, but with broader civil society organizations, with different expert organizations, and to be willing to give some data and to open some way to do research together, because for now this is focused. Of course, I will give an example of Meta, because often they are underlining all the time that they are cooperating with fact-checking organizations, and that's a really good step. But for example, in Poland, they're cooperating with one fact-checking organization, so I guess they have a few fact-checkers for whole Poland, and they cooperate with some big international think tanks or organizations that they are handling them data to do the research, but there are just a few organizations all over the world. And they also always proud of the spendings on moderation, but again, mostly it's on English for the English part of the world. So I think the most important thing is to work with big techs to invite them and to make them, maybe it's a role for countries or for the EU to open more to experts and researchers who can also serve as a watchdogs to what they do, because of course big techs cannot solve any problem on their own, but same with governments, because I don't think governments also can solve the disinformation problem on their own. So that's the part on big techs, but I'm not sure I will be able to answer about Musk, but maybe.
Nobody.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I'd be able as well, because it's a bit of a wild card. And yeah, Meta. Let's start with me saying that Meta is at least trying, and they have made a lot of positive steps. And there are issues, especially with smaller countries like Lithuania, because they don't have enough local support, local staff support, right? They don't have enough resources in the region who know what is happening, so they rely more on automated solutions like automated banning, right? So if they get enough reports, they might ban some actors or posts, and this is problematic. But at least they're moving in the right direction. I would raise a question slightly differently, saying, what should we do about social media platforms such as Vkontakte or Telegram or TikTok, which not necessarily, well, some of them really don't want to change or regulate anything, and some are just a playground of, in Vkontakte instance, is I think the main part of the shares is held by Gazprom at the moment. So they're using the platform in any way they want. So my solution would be closer to what Ukrainians did and just cut it out. But it's not as easy, especially with TikTok, which is like, even for us researchers, is a bit of a black box, because it's so different in the way it's being done, and there's no oversight what is happening with the algorithms. And there are things like shadow banning, which we have no oversight of, and it's also targeting the young generation with videos, and so on, so on, so on. So I would also raise the question about what should we do about the platforms that we have no oversight of, and that don't want to really change. And the answer to all what I just said, I guess, should come from the highest level, not national, I think supranational, like EU, because I think when you're talking with such organizations, this is the only level that you can achieve any meaningful results, because if their access to people, which they make money out of, will be at stake, then they might change something. And in the case with TikTok or Vkontakte, it should be either ban or stricter oversight, because we're sort of we have a black box that we don't understand, and we're letting it roam around pretty much unattended.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm being told that we can now have a keynote speaker from Ukraine being online. Emine Japarova, the first Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, joined us. Hi, Emine. Can you hear us?
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to join you.
Great. Thank you. And the floor is yours, so please tell us about Ukraine's fighting disinformation in the wartime, and what we're going to, to tell our partners, to stay stronger together in this fight. Please.
Thank you for giving me the floor. I'll try to be as brief as possible, even though I think I'm able of speaking for hours when it comes to false narratives and information war and hybrid warfare, because I've been dealing with this issue for many years, as well as in my previous capacity as the Information Policy Deputy Minister, when we only started revealing the whole scope of the challenges that not only Ukraine had, but the whole Western world, the whole civilized world, when it comes to Russian propaganda, when it comes to the technologies that it uses, when mostly the Western world concentrated, when it was about information warfare, mostly concentrated on digital let's say security, but the propaganda and its influence and its impact was underestimated by many of our partners, and we've been ringing the bell of international attention, saying that we have to pay due attention, we have to adapt legislation, as well as we have to come up with international documents that would be obligatory in terms of, let's say, structuring the new challenges that we have, because we cannot compare the new world to the world that we had during the Goebbels propaganda during the Second World War, because many has changed. So going back to my keynote speech, let me first of all express my sincerest gratitude to this event dedicated to a really important issue that should be deeper investigated and explored. And my special thanks goes to Lublin Triangle experts for their hard work in drafting the first ever document report on disinformation. And as a diplomat and again as a former journalist, I've been working in Crimea back in 2014. I find this document a very solid, informative and multi-purpose product that can be used by everyone, actually, not only by media workers and civil society, but also students, experts, and I believe diplomats. Literally by everybody who is dealing with public information and disinformation. So long before these days, long before 24th of February, Russia has been pursuing the policy of humiliating other nations and implementing its divide and conquer approach. Russia's aggressive foreign policy, coupled with concentrated propaganda and a wide, super wide network of its state media, who have left a very negative impact on many societies around the globe. And we felt in 2014, when the international community didn't know how to react when the so-called green men occupied my homeland, Crimea, and some territories in Donbass. And I remember that many in the West followed Russian propaganda and talked about the so-called Ukrainian crisis, or even sometimes referred to the war that we have as to the civil war or to a proxy war. So of course it was really difficult to break through this wall of, let's say, lack of understanding on the context. But now it's much easier because the whole world understood and kind of saw the real face of Russia and its propaganda. And as it is rightly reflected in the report, Russia has been portraying Ukraine as a failed state or one being under external governance. So the document is paying due attention to the situation in the temporary occupied territories of Ukraine, and since 2014, Russian invaders have targeted independent journalists. They replaced them with Kremlin-controlled media who have nothing to do with journalism and freedom of speech, and they're merely acting as tools of spreading propaganda and disinformation, inciting hate and hatred and genocidal rhetoric against not only Ukraine, but I think that to the Western values that we all share, like democracy, like transparency, openness, and so on. And let me once again reiterate my thesis that we cannot apply the sacred of democracy when it comes to the freedom of media to something that we see that pretends to be media like Russia Today or Sputnik. So it really, there is a need to globally understand what should we do to react on such challenges. The Russian occupation authorities have also depicted the Ukrainian citizen journalists as a phenomenon raised after the classical journalism have been erased from the occupied territories, and many of them from the Crimean Tatar community, and they depict them as terrorists or as Muslim terrorists. They have been targeted and harassed, put behind bars for draconian terms. Just like recently, Osman Arif Mehmetov, Ruslan Suleimanov, and Rustem Sheikh Aliyev they were sentenced to 14 years of prison for nothing, because these people were actually taking their phones and trying to highlight the illegal developments in Crimea, and for this reason, under the pretext of religious something, they've been put behind bars. For many years, the Russian Federation has been disseminating profound disinformation and fake news against not only Ukraine, but also its partners, including the other Lublin Triangle states like Poland and Lithuania. According to Russia's propaganda, the European countries are Russophobic and discriminative against Russian minorities, language and culture. Russia used calling Ukraine a Nazi state to justify its aggression against my country in 2014, as well as its full invasion in February 24th. And even tried to reflect its disinformation in the United Nations documents. Those who are dealing with the UN are familiar with the Russian resolution entitled Combating Glorification of Nazism, Neo-Nazi Practices that Contribute to Fueling Contemporary Forms of Racism, Racial Discrimination and Xenophobia, and Related Intolerance. So this document, why I'm paying to this document a very special attention, because it has always been directed against Ukraine, Baltic states, and those who supported them. Whoever is not with Russia is a fascist, says the Russian propaganda. However, together we can also change the situation for good, and today's discussion, I think, is also an important step towards achieving this goal. It was also our huge collective success when a group of states, including my country and many of those present today, proposed an amendment to the mentioned draft resolution, and the updated version noted that the Russian Federation has sought to justify its territorial aggression against Ukraine on the purported basis of eliminating neo-Nazi. It is also important that it says that Russia uses neo-Nazism to justify territorial aggression. Another example of, I would say, concentrated effort was this year's United Nations Human Rights Council resolution, which is called The Role of State in the Countering the Negative Impact of Disinformation on the Enjoyment and Realization of Human Rights, led by Ukraine and a core group consisting of Japan, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and United Kingdom and the United States. And I'm convinced that the Lublin Triangle report presented today will constitute a strong basis for, let's say, further similar resolutions within the United Nations and the Human Rights Council and other international forums, because it's crucial to have a basis, legal basis or conceptual basis that would deal with this challenge. Also, if we expand this report with the information about Russian disinformation in other EU states, we will see that we have common challenges to meet and a common enemy to defeat. And another priority for Ukraine that we're also dealing with as a government is to ban Russian state media like Russia Today and Sputnik, whom I referred to today, from operating in Europe and beyond, in particular in Global South. Our delegation to the EU is discussing with our partners how we can advance as a joint front to decrease the presence of Russian state channels in the world. So again, if we apply the sacred let's say, understanding, which doesn't have any doubt that it should be applied to normal and classical media outlet. But we are dealing with the instruments of propaganda, with the instruments of war influence, because in the Russian system, media outlets are a part of these, let's say, war acts. And we also have to be aware of this, and we have to act properly in order to stop it, in order to restrain these impacts, because I believe at the end of the day, it impacts not only, let's say, the society or the country that they fight against, like Ukraine, but also the whole Western world, in order to shake this boat, in order to crack it, to crack its unity. And I'm sure that you are aware what kind of myth and narratives Russia has been spreading about Europe, its values, about the European Union as such, about NATO, about security challenges, about energy challenges, about, let's say, food security, and many more. So it's something that we have to be always aware. So by saying so, let me conclude that I believe that something that now we're living in the world, that classic is not, let's say, is not a recipe or not a remedy for many of those questions that we ask ourselves. We have to go beyond the classic, because otherwise we are fated to be defeated. And I think it goes not only to international relations and diplomacy, but also to information wars that we have. So I believe that these discussions and this discussion as such is a part of this attempt to find a solution. And I wish you the fruitful discussion, and I hope that the outcome of it will be yet another part of our victory. Slava Ukraini, glory to Ukraine, because today we celebrate the Day of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, and I wish to the Ukrainian soldiers, women and men, all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Emine. Thank you. And at the very beginning of this panel, I said that Russian propaganda and Russian disinformation is neither new nor unique. I would like to wrap up this discussion with the words that Russian propaganda is neither new nor so monstrous as is very often depicted in media. So let's go beyond the classic, beyond the traditional approach. Let's join the efforts, and we will prevail, we will win. Thank you very much.
Please join us for the coffee break in the same in the lobby where we had lunch. So we have a 30 minutes coffee break, and then please be back for the last but not least panel at 3:30. See you later.
I will give right away after the Thank you very much. Yeah, correct. Yes, I know, and the airport is here for chaos. I know that because we have the promo when you get to Bulgaria and you have to come to the flight. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello. Pleasure to see you. We'll be starting in exactly 1 minute, so if you can please take your seats, we'll be starting in a minute. Thanks. Okay, hello again. My name is Dimitar Lilkov, and I will have the pleasure to moderate our closing session of today. But before we proceed to the panel discussion, we have one final keynote speech to deliver. And I'd like to invite Ms. Petra Kislingerova to take the floor, who is head of Ukraine division at the European External Action Service. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. I will prepare the papers a bit so that I don't forget anything. So I'm very happy to be here. In fact, it's one of my first events in my new capacity. I became the head of division of the newly created Division for Ukraine in the External Action Service on 1st of September. And I'm very proud that I can contribute and work together with some colleagues I see from the Ukraine mission, but also some of colleagues I have seen in Kiev 1 month ago when I had the opportunity to be there. I would like to very much thank to the organizers of this important event, to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, to Brand Ukraine, and also Williams Martin's Center. And I saw that today you had very important high-level speakers, including the first Deputy Prime Minister Japarova, the Deputy Director General Katarina Maternova, and others. And this shows how important the topic you are discussing today is. Last year we were in a completely different situation, and I think that we all would have been, we would have preferred to be at the same time last year, but unfortunately the things have changed, and we can say that Russia's aggression against Ukraine has changed the world. The European Union reacted very quickly after Russia's invasion, and we have and we are going to provide important support to Ukraine. And it is not only military, which is now needed to help Ukraine to win the war, but also the political support, the humanitarian support, and financial support. And I will spare you the figures because you are here to discuss some other issues. Apart from the support of the Ukraine, we have also adopted the policy of isolation of Russia. So it means that we are isolating Russia at many international fora, but also we have adopted unprecedented packages of sanctions against Russia, and we very much hope that the 9th package will be approved in coming days. One of the issues which will probably also resonate today is the global outreach. We saw that Russia's aggression, Russia itself spreads a lot of disinformation and misinformation about the global consequences of Russia's war. They accused us, our sanctions against Russia, of creating and weaponizing food and energy. But we all know that this is not true. And therefore, we also work on the third strand of our policy, and this is the global outreach and debunking of disinformation spread in Russia, notably in Global South. So our immediate goal is to help Ukraine to win the war. But there is another war which is raging, and this is the information war, information aggression. And we all see that this is the deliberate action and choice of Russia based on its military doctrine. And unfortunately, Ukraine has seen the consequences of this information war not only now in February, but already before in 2014. And I have heard that there were a heated debate in the morning about the probably lack of attention to disinformation by Russia. So I think I would like to assure you that now we all understand what is at stake. And we also see the growing awareness of the fact that military propaganda is also linked to war crimes. Let me also pay tribute to many of the organizations which have tirelessly working to increase the resilience in society. I would like to mention, for example, Detector Media, Stop Fake, who are here with us, others like Vox Ukraine, Internews Ukraine, Texty, Ukraine Crisis Media Center, and Institute for Mass Information. But there are many, many more organizations which have contributed to increasing the resilience, but also the public awareness about disinformation which is spread by Russia. We always speak about this whole of the society approach, and we can say that Ukraine can give us the masterclass, can give us to all masterclasses how to bring together media, how to bring together civil society, ministries, government, and also private sector for the shared purpose. And I think this is something we can learn from Ukraine, and it's important that we can be here today to exchange on best practices and lessons learned. The European Union was very quick in seeing the opportunity and cooperation between civil society and government in Ukraine. And together with our member states, we are investing more and more in strengthening the capacities of both sectors, but not only financially, but we see more and more merit in exchanges and interaction between practitioners from Ukraine with EU member states, but also we should not forget other partners like Moldova and Georgia. There is also growing recognition that we cannot fight this information war alone. We have to strengthen our information defense together. And if we say together, or what we mean by together, it's a variety of sectors and players. And we should not forget, for example, fact-checking organization, the media, the private sector, and what is very important, we can't forget the education institutions, because the public awareness and teaching the people how to deal with or how to resist the disinformation seems not only important in Ukraine, but all around in Europe, because Russia's disinformation does not know, unfortunately, the borders. And I think the upcoming panel is, which will speak about strengthening of the resilience and about shared challenges, is a good reminder that we are on a good track. And we have to remind ourselves that information manipulation can be a powerful and dangerous weapon, and that if we don't tackle it, our societies will remain vulnerable. So this is an issue which has to be high on our agenda. And as well, we need to build on the strengths of each other and continue the cooperation. The EU has something to offer, so it's not only the Digital Service Act and Code of Practice, but we are providing increasing support to media plurality and independence. We also want to strengthen the cooperation with the fact-checking community. We invest in media literacy programs and raising public awareness of the harmful consequences of information manipulation. And here I would like to highlight our website, EU versus Disinfo, which is sort of our flagship campaign since 2015. And my colleagues were sharing a good news that the access to the website has grown by 4 to 5 times. So this shows that not only the disinformation and manipulation of information is recognized as a threat, but it also shows that people are interested to learn how to fight it. My final remark concerns the reforms and reconstruction and European path. And here I would like to pay a tribute and admire the resilience of Ukrainian people. because given the situation we see, and it's in principle this event is a good testament of the fact of the resilience that the life is not like business as usual, but we try to help and we try to continue despite all the odds. And we also see the huge resilience of the Ukrainian institutions. And it's remarkable when we see also the progress in the reforms and the resolve of the government and the people to bring Ukraine closer to the European Union. And therefore, we will continue supporting Ukraine as long as it takes. And we want Ukraine to become a modern country, which is anchored in solid rule of law and which is anchored notably in Europe, because this is what Ukrainian people want. And this is also the things which President Putin fears the most. So I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a very productive panel discussion. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Can I invite the panelists to join me on stage? Dear friends, hello again. My name is Dimitri Lilkov. I'm a senior research officer at the Wilfred Martin Center for European Studies, and I'll be moderating today's event. If you would allow me for a little personal note in the beginning, we've been doing events all year, but part of me cannot believe that it's day 300 from this war. Maybe this was discussed in the previous panels, but part of me simply cannot believe it. And here I see my wonderful colleague Anna Livaiko, who's the mastermind behind this event. And Anna, I think 6 months ago, wrote an excellent article saying we should not allow the war in Ukraine to become trivialized. We should not allow these monstrosities to continue, and we should not allow these things being swept under the carpet. And I think there is more we can do as a society, as a European Union. There's additional support we can provide. And I think we should ascribe additional costs to the monstrosities of what the Russians are doing right now. How many million people are freezing in the last 1 month? And we did not ascribe additional costs to these actions. Anna is absolutely right. This war should not be trivialized. Events like this should not be trivialized. So I hope that not only talking about disinformation, but spreading the message to our leaders and our civil societies and medias that our job is still not done. Which brings me to Disinfo and our final panel today. We would like to zoom out for this closing session and talk about resilience, talk about how the EU and Ukraine can actually tackle these questions, and maybe specifically focus on the EU angle as well when it comes to European institutions. I'm really happy that today I'm joined by an excellent team of professionals to guide us through these complex topics. First of all, online, I see we have Mr. Mikola Balaban, who's Deputy Head, Center for Strategic Communication and Information Security, Ministry of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine. Mikola, thank you very much for joining us. Ms. Irina Borovets is Director of the Department for Public Diplomacy and Communications at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. Thank you as well. On my left is Marie Frenay, Member of Cabinet of European Commission Vice President Vera Jourova. Thank you as well. Last but not least, the private sector is also joining us, Anya Helseth, who is Strategic Policy Manager, EU Affairs at Meta. Thanks. So without further ado, Irina, can you kick us off in a couple of minutes with your opening statement?
Yes, thank you very much. And, being here from the early morning and listening to all presenters, a lot of being told about the disinformation resilience, or how Ukraine won in the information space in Europe and so on. I would like just to recap, and not to repeat the previous presenter, to recap probably the only weak point that we need to work on in order to actually to make strong our resilience. So we are resilient enough. So, I mean, I could prize Ukraine, our partner, partners, the EU, we really build on the resilience that we could be proud of. We really won the information war in Europe, in the USA and the other partners countries, but not the Global South, and I will refer to it further. But we still have some weak points that we have to work on in order not to allow Russia to win us over. So I'll start with big tech, and today in every session we tackle this point. So it means that really these, the big meeting with big tech guys is on the, is an agenda. I mean, we need to open up the dialogue with big tech, but productive one, in order to overcome all the difficulties that we experience, and our colleague from Lithuania and Poland experience almost the same one or complementary with our problems, like, I don't know, content ban or content hiding if it's war related. Believe it or not, even when Bucha massacre happened and everyone was writing about Bucha, our content was deleted several times in Instagram and Facebook, official content. So of course it was very graphic, but still, how could you report the war atrocities of Russia Federation to the world without it? So yes, Facebook then returned it, but this was a very unfortunate examples. Then we experienced the fluctuation of the outreach of our social media posts. And it was, there was not any explanation why all of a sudden outreach was dropped twice. And then came back. So this happened with TikTok, and before that we didn't violate any rules of TikTok whatsoever. And when we try to address all these issues, the biggest challenge for us is to find the right person to talk, the decision-making level of the big tech guys that could actually explain us first of all, and then advise us, and then probably work together with us in order that, overcome all these difficulties. Then our experience for already 8 years is verification of the channels of the Russian governmental institution in the occupied territories. This is something outrageous. It should not exist, not verified. So I know that we have the good example when the representation of the Ministry of, so-called representation of the Ministry of Interior of Russia Federation in Crimea was banned, or not banned, but lost the verification sign. But still the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia still has the Facebook account, which is verified. And we have been addressing this problem to Facebook for years, and we haven't been heard. So this is, the previous session actually was very good in outlining this problem. But then I like this idea that the big tech are the part of the solution, not only the problem. And of course, I think that we have to be leaning toward the solution kind of dialogue with them. Then about Global South. So a lot of been actually said today about this, and I think that we have to be more vocal with our partners in Global South together as Ukraine, and together with European Union, and each country as the European Union as our partner. That perception of Ukraine in the Global South countries is quite different. It depends on country to countries, and it's neutral overwhelmingly, with a kind of fluctuation towards positive or very negative one. It depending on the amount of Russian propaganda over there. And one of the problem is that all the Russian channels, which is banned here in the UE or Ukraine or Canada, for example, they are active over there. Not only active, but they have their representative offices there and so on. So we have to address. I know that this is a very hard way, and we need to start to work together toward the solution. But we have to somehow start talking to the government of the countries from the global south about the immediate threat of Russian propagandistic channels. It's not going to be easy because every global south country is very different with its political constellation and so on. But we have to start working in it. And of course, we rely here on our EU partners because you have the EU or the countries from the EU have probably are more represented at the global south, having more diplomatic representation and cultural institution or even own media. Ukraine really still has really limited resources there, including even not having the diplomatic representation in a lot of countries in the global south. And then the third point and the last one, I think that if I'm asked to pick the most vulnerable topic which is under attack by Russian Federation, it's our solidarity. It's about solidarity of the international community with Ukraine, and it's being attacked by Russia in every possible way. It's about weapons, it's about sanctions, when it comes to, I don't know, food security and so on. So we have to be honest with our citizens. Every EU country should talk to its own citizens very openly and frankly about sanctions, its implication, and so on, because, you know, all the Russian narratives are very popular, especially when people need to pay their own money for utilities and so on. And Ukraine is vocal enough, but we need an additional voice. So let's do it together. And I think it's okay for now.
Thank you, Irina. Your message is loud and clear. I just want to do a quick follow-up when you mention all these topics, and especially, you know, the collaboration with the private sector, the expectations you have. Do you think there's gaps when it comes to legislation within the EU on this? Or would you recommend certain actions on this front?
You know, I'm not that aware, or I'm not a professional on the EU legislation. I don't think it's about legislation. I think it's about political will. For example, the EU banned a lot of Russian channels, but not all of them. And as far as I know, Ukraine is asking to ban the rest of them and to probably to put in a ninth package of sanctions. So we need to, you know, to finish the process. This is mostly about political will, I suppose.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we can move on to Mr. Balaban, who's joining us online from the Ministry of Culture. Mikula, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for inviting me for this conversation. Thank you very much, dear co-panelists. So basically, my mission today is to present two topics, which is quite hard in one panel, but I will try to do that and to be as short as possible. So the first important track. So today, I just want to share you the key. Main tracks that we think very important considering Russian disinformation and war propaganda. So the first of all, we in Ukraine think that it's very important not only to condemn Russian propaganda and propagandists, but also it is a good opportunity to start to thinking the new legislation for criminalization, actually for propagandists and especially like military propaganda. Since 2014, Russian state propaganda has systematically humiliated Ukraine, and incited hatred of Russians towards Ukrainians and Ukraine as a state. Starting with the narrative, Ukraine is a failed state in 2014, and ending with the narrative about the need to destroy Ukrainians. The war crimes committed against civilians in Bucha and Irpin by Russian soldiers are a direct result of massive propaganda. This example should become the basis for the improvement of international legal provisions, as well as the development of new mechanism for punishing propagandists. What is the key arguments for us? The first one is that the narratives of Russian media about the war with Ukraine have nothing to do with freedom of speech or journalism. The second one, Russian state media and talking heads working as information support for the war against Ukraine. The third one, Russia state media and talking heads, when building the image of enemy, construct a narrative of dehumanization of Ukrainians for the Russian society. And the last one, the state media and talking heads legitimate the support for Russians, the actions that have the features of genocide. So we say genocidal rhetoric. Also, as far as I know, your colleagues from EU versus the Disinfo, they also monitoring that situation very good, and we have a couple projects, like one very big project with Ukrainian civil society organization to move this track forward. Just to sum up this track, on the example of Russian state media and their talking heads, we're observing a refined example of conducting support actions for the war of aggression in 21st century. And if the world does not undertake comprehensive research and criminal prosecution of this phenomenon, aggressive regimes around the globe will resort to it. So that's why this track is the track of criminalization of Russian propaganda, war propaganda. It's not only like the question of security of Ukraine, of Europe, but actually it should be it could be like very, very good to see how we can deny the using of this methodology for other aggressive regime around the world. So, and the second part of this, my short speech, is like plea or request of implementation by the social media platforms. I mean, not only Facebook, but the lot of like all the social media platforms of Ukrainian proposals to counter Russian disinformation. It is critical that large technological giants who own social networks, in addition to already existing activities in countering Russian disinformation, implement a number of additional systemic measures that will significantly weaken the capabilities of the Russian disinformation machine in social network. To this end, the CSC, together with the Ukrainian CSOs and also representative, among other detector media that we have here, engage in combating disinformation, developed the main recommendation for social networks. The recommendations were supported by also by the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy and like in Ukrainian government in general. Why this is necessary? So we see among others, so we have this recommendation. We shared with all platforms them, and we're working with them. But like the key problems that we see since February 24, and it's like the first one is lack of unified platform for Ukrainian CSOs, the government, and the representatives of social networks for the constant prompt information exchange regarding information attack and hybrid threats from Russia. And I think it is a part of the solution to this problem that Irina Borovets shared with us, about that, like, if there is, we can install such a mechanism of like very quick communication and exchanging information between, I mean, the willingness between the social networks and Ukrainian government and civil society organization, it will be very helpful. The second one is one big problem is the lack of early warning system on the part of the platforms about information attack. Also, it's the storage and transferring to Ukrainian government and civil society the evidence of war crimes and information operations. So, for example, as we see the case in Facebook, they have the colleagues in Facebook have like very good team that working in researching information operations. But we know we receive information about these researchers is like post factum, and it will be very helpful if they can share with us with this information. The third one, the third like big problem is the lack of consistency in the deplatformization of sources, in particular the official pages of the representatives of Russian authorities and propagandists who resort to genocidal rhetoric. And also this problem is echoing with Irina Borovets' speech, and I think you truly see that actually it's the Ukrainian pain. To sum up, with implementation developed again with the implementation developed agenda by the big tech companies based on the Ukrainian experience, it will be able to develop. We hope so. It will be able to develop the universal algorithm for the future similar situation to protect its users from social platform users from the harmful effects of disinformation and information operation aggressive regimes. So here we have as a co-panelist the representative from Facebook, but I just want to underline that actually Facebook is one of the best social network that actually imply a lot of like this request from our agenda, but we think that it should be like universal. Universalized through the all like big social networks should imply this key requests from Ukrainian side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mikola. Just want to briefly follow up on the question about the penetration of all of these information and toxic content. I mean, in Europe, we take it for granted that our population is inoculated or immunized against the disinfo, especially when Ukrainian soldiers stole our hearts on the front. But do you see any backsliding when it comes to the penetration of Russian toxic content in Europe, specifically in the last couple of months? What are the trends? I think this will be interesting for our audience. Because there was a lot of effort initially, of course, on social media, on conventional TV channels, but what's the situation in the last couple of weeks or months? Do you see any attitude shifts or additional penetration of this toxic content?
The trend, as we see it, is actually the penetration is rising because it's very dependent from the situation in European countries, and dependence because of the war in Ukraine is like right now is like norm, and unfortunately, of course, for us, and this mobilization and the first days or first months of like some resilience of European auditories to this Russian toxic content was like much higher. Right now, we see that actually those problems that, like, for example, the migrants, Ukrainian displaced people, and all around that, about the European economy or like each and every country in European Union, like separate economy. And we know, I think perfectly, both European colleagues and Ukrainian side know very well that Russia very actively exploiting, and Russia is very good in exploiting weaknesses. So they right now they see more weaknesses in the supporting of like general European people and society. They see those weak points, and they try to push their like this toxic content exactly on these points.
Thank you very much. I would like to move to Marie, and I need to tell you something. I've been involved in this topic for at least 4 or 5 years on disinfo, and lately when I talk with different people involved, experts, whatnot, there's a certain amount of cynicism, by the way, and people are saying, look, we still have the same issues we had in 2018 or 2019. You know, we talk about the role of private companies, content moderation is not ideal, the institutions are not doing what they could, there's some mechanisms which are voluntary. Can you prove these cynics wrong?
Yes.
Please do.
First of all, good
Hopefully.
afternoon. Yes, I will. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me. Thank you for this event. And first of all, I would like to start by sharing the great admiration that I have and that we all have now for Ukraine, leading this fight for freedom for all of us. And I learned that it was the Ukrainian Armed Force Day, so best wishes. And I would like to insist, it was already said, but that the Commission is committed to support as long as needed and to do as much as possible. And as part of that, there is the fight against Russian propaganda, because disinformation is used as a weapon. I was also dealing with this topic in 2018. Now I'm working for Vice President Jourova in the European Commission, and in the previous mandate I was working for Vice President Andrew Ansip. And I was working on the first joint action plan against disinformation. It was so hard to put Russia in the text. Yeah. It was uphill struggle. And so I can only see the progress that has been made since then. And it was mentioned today by Martina, by Petra, by Tanel earlier, how much has been done, and I will maybe focus on 3 points. The first, the sanctions. Second, the EU initiative like the Code of Practice Against Disinformation, the role of the European Digital Media Observatory, and also it was mentioned our flagship, the EU versus Disinfo project. And the third point is the support to media freedom and pluralism. First, on the sanctions. So at the beginning of the war, the EU took unprecedented sanctions against Russia Today and Sputnik. And it was very controversial. I mean, it was said several times today. I mean, it was unbelievable, especially compared to what I said in 2018, where we were at that time. And it was the right thing to do, and the European Court of Justice proved us wrong. Proved Russia Today, France, wrong. And so you see now the disinformation coming to my head. And it was very important because it was taken by unanimity, so all member states. So I really want to insist on the unity and the solidarity in taking such important measures. And after that, we added more outlets to the list. And indeed, now we are working on the 9th package of sanctions. So my boss, Vice President Jourova, made clear that we need to do more as part of this package against Russian propaganda. She was last week at the Culture and Media Council, and there was Minister Tkachenko was there. And there was also a point raised by Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, about the transmission of Russian channels across the EU, across the world. And here I really would like to thank these countries for the leadership. And we saw it today, the leadership that they are really having now in the European Union when it comes to supporting Ukraine and fighting Russian propaganda.
So that's the first point on the sanctions. So we are working on the package right now, on completing, addressing loopholes. It will come soon. The second point was about the EU initiatives against disinformation, so the code of practice against disinformation, the role of the European Digital Media Observatory. And I would agree that with Irina that we want platforms to be part of the solution, and this is what we do with this code of practice against disinformation. So it's a list of commitments by the signatories addressing demonetization, manipulative behaviors, fact-checking. We discussed a lot about fact-checking today, user empowerment, and so on. And Anya will talk about it better, even better than I do. The platforms now, they have to present report in some reports in January. And we see this also as an important step towards also the implementation of the Digital Services Act, and maybe we will get back to that. Also now we see that the European Digital Media Observatory, which is bringing together fact-checkers, researchers, media literacy experts, is getting bigger and bigger. We also have now regional hubs across the European Union, so this is also very important work that is growing. And actually, this observatory has set up a specific task force on disinformation on the war. So a lot of work now being done. And my third and last point is about supporting media freedom and pluralism. Because we know that as much as we need to fight disinformation, we need to ensure the visibility of information online. And this is why we want platforms to pay specific attention to independent media and to support media and the visibility online. And actually recently, a study showed that almost half of Ukrainian news publishers were restricted on Facebook, and it's of course a problem. And so what we really need to do is to have to protect information online and to have more resources, of course, to analyze the sources of information and make sure that media are visible online. And it's very much the spirit with which in the European Union we have recently proposed the Media Freedom Act. And actually, as part of the Media Freedom Act, we also ask online platforms to pay a specific attention to media, to inform them before removing content, because what we have to avoid is also the over removal of legal content. And this is also very, very important. And what was discussed also today is to make sure also that we support journalists on the ground, because we should all remember that we also have journalists in Ukraine risking their lives to inform us. And the European Union is also doing a lot to support journalists in Ukraine with protective equipment. Vice President Jourova was in Ukraine in September to meet journalists on the ground, and also following some investigations about journalists being killed by Russian forces in the country. So it's also a very important part of our work. And maybe what I would like is that this is what we are doing right now, but we are going to do more. And we are preparing now a Defense of Democracy initiative, which has been announced by the President of the Commission. We want to present this in the second half of next year, and there will be a consultation. We will welcome inputs, of course, but just to say that we are continuously improving our action, and very much at a speed and at an intensity that was not seen before.
All of this, sounds great, but I can't help think about the restraints you guys are facing. And you were talking about 2018, and I vividly remember when the Commission started this, what was it, rapid alert system against disinformation back in the days. And I remember how most national capitals didn't want to touch it at all. And there was a certain sense of reluctance from national politicians to contribute on this. I guess it's a tricky topic, of course, sharing of information and whatnot. But what are the main obstacles you face from national capitals, and what can the Council do better so we can see maybe an additional push forward?
Yes, I think that now there is really this understanding, and it was also discussed today, that we need to address this challenge together. I think there is now a better understanding that now we are listening more to the countries which know best Russia, right? So we discussed the Baltic states, Poland. So I think that now there is really a change. I mean, unfortunately, it took a war, but I mean, there is this change of mindset. There is now a really, let's say, a really now understanding of the issues. And what we need from the member states, of course, is to continue with solidarity, with coordination, to also support exactly all the points that I mentioned, but also at national level, supporting the media, supporting journalists, also education. It was mentioned earlier because member states have a lot to do in this area. So education, communicating very clearly what we are doing, and it was said, what we are doing to support Ukraine, and also debunking also all the Russian lies. We need this also from the politicians. And yes, so you mentioned the exchange of information. We set up this rapid alert system. So now I think that we have a lot of tools at our disposal. Member states have to use them, use the EU tools, and I think it's getting better and better.
Thanks very much. Anya, I'm sorry that we kept you waiting, and in a way we are putting you on the spot because of the expectations coming from different stakeholders, but please tell us what's the discussion around you, and has there been a shift in some way in the last couple of months when it comes to dealing with these issues?
Yes, thank you so much, and thank you for all the comments and reflections shared with Facebook Meta right now. Actually, I took a careful note, and of course I will try to address them as well in my intervention, time permitting. But I also wanted to touch on what we are doing indeed as a company to address disinformation, but particularly disinformation stemming out of the war. This is without any hesitation, the biggest challenge the company also faced, and we are all at Meta working on that, but also feeling very, impressed with the resilience and actually the way the Ukrainian society overall kind of took it and basically rallied and basically reacts on social media, using social media, but also other channels to kind of help the military efforts that are ongoing in the country. So obviously from our side, we are addressing it via our efforts in terms of content moderation, in terms of fact-checking, and the work we also do with the European Commission in regards to the code, which has an element that deals particularly with crisis response, which obviously covers situations such as in Ukraine. So I want to spend a moment on them. Sanctions, which Marie referred to, obviously this was the start, but we were not really waiting for that. We took some actions already before. When the war started, to kind of address the challenges. And of course, I do want to say there are consequences of that, which we are very willing to take as a company. As you know, Meta is now considered an extremist organization in Russia. This has certain repercussion for availability of our services. We obviously don't have a presence in Russia, never had a presence in Russia, but right now our services are additionally blocked, so people cannot use it. Whether it's good or bad, we can argue probably in a separate panel. But even the state of Russia recognized that Meta took kind of a side, if you want, in the conflict, as we should have, and that was the expectation also of Ukraine, but also of the society, of democratic societies overall. So that was the reason for it. We obviously followed quite to the letter the sanctions regarding blocking Sputnik and RT. We went beyond. We also blocked any kind of advertising revenue for those companies and any kind of advertising that would kind of link to those accounts, and any other state media organization that we have identified for our work with our Ukrainian partners. Because I do want to stress that we have a very large team that works on Ukrainian public policy. We have a person that engages, I think, on a daily basis with the Ukrainian government, a Ukrainian colleague, in fact, and we have a very regular touch points with the government, including Minister Fedorov and the leadership of our company, namely President Nick Clegg and other leadership. And this contact is ongoing on either via direct meetings or some online forums, so that we can basically kind of keep a check whether we are on the right track. And of course, there are always some scope for improvement, as it is in any kind of collaboration. So we're listening carefully. We also normally, when it comes to disinformation, the approach, as you know, is kind of pivoting to fact-checking and providing the reliable information, which we also do. But in the case of the war and in the case of real-life threat, we also kind of pivot towards removing some of the content, namely some of the content that kind of constitutes what we call a coordinated inauthentic behavior. Basically, that targets certain groups of people, certain networks that try to undermine, for example, the military achievement of Ukraine, or try to indicate that Ukraine maybe has given up, especially particularly in the beginning of the war, where the information flow was limited. Those kind of information could have created panic and a real type of threat for people on the ground. So we were immediately taking them down as soon as the government circles confirmed to us that this is indeed false. And President of Ukraine also often uses direct methods of communication, because he knows very well that these were the real threats that the Russian forces were using, in addition to, of course, attacking the country, to say that the president has fled, for example, or the government has fled, or the army has fled certain areas, which was very far from the truth. But we, of course, always try to debunk it and kind of take that kind of content down. And this continues. Russia, of course, as we know, is a very skilled player in the area of targeting certain groups. And our latest coordinated inauthentic behavior report that I'm happy to share with the audience kind of indicates number of networks that we had to take down that are linked either to actions against certain people or certain military groups more broadly, which basically try to undermine the effort that's being taken there. So this basically doesn't have a place on our platform, and in particular in the context of the war. We, of course, continue with the work we do with fact-checking. So we have the very robust fact-checking programs. I think we spoke about it on a couple of other events. We have right now 42 countries covered and 36 languages, but I think for this particular panel, the main focus is, of course, the ability of acting in Ukraine, and we have 2 partners there. Those partners also, of course, operate in Ukrainian and Russian, so that's quite important. And they help us kind of debunk additionally things that we just don't want to see promoted in our newsfeed. So the challenge with disinformation and misinformation more broadly is, of course, that per se it is not always illegal content that is subject to takedown, because it kind of would, perhaps undermine the possibility of exchanging on freedom of opinion. But we, of course, don't want to see any kind of disinformation separately from the things I just spoke before that is for takedown. But any other type of disinformation, we don't want to see it in any kind of viral way going on our platform. So in that sense, the work of our fact-checking community is extremely important. And it doesn't only happen in Ukraine, because Russia, as some panelists discussed already, and probably in the whole day you heard, are acting in all member states, and actually even beyond member states of the Union. So it's important that this whole community works on that together, and basically they not only provide information this is false or disputed, but they also provide a reliable source of information so people can make their own judgment, because it's quite important in this war of disinformation that there is no kind of ministry of truth that Meta is kind of serving, but it's for people to actually get access to reliable and truthful information. I know we are at time. I do want to come back to some of the comments, so maybe
I
there
also
will be
have
a
a couple of
moment.
follow-ups, but yeah, I would like to open up for Q&A. By the way, we started the panel 8 minutes later, so I'm allowing extra time for this panel. So if there's any questions or very short comments, please indicate. Lady at the back. We'll bundle a couple, and then we'll have a final round. Thank you for your patience.
Hi, my name is Ruta. I come from Lithuania, Ministry of Foreign Affairs Strategic Communication Unit. Thank you for this excellent panel. And I have two questions, and I will use this opportunity, very short questions. Since we are in Brussels and we have been discussing adequate responses to disinformation, I do have a question to representative of Vice President Jourova's office representative. I wanted to ask, you mentioned several tools that we've got, Code of Practice 1, Digital Services Act. Do you think those are enough, considering the situation right now? Are these enough tools, or do we have to think about more tools in our toolbox on EU level to address the issue of online disinformation? And the next question goes to Meta representative. We do appreciate the steps taken. We still see some limits, but I think, as Irina pointed out, there's no disinformation panel now that goes without mentioning the big tech. So I wanted to ask, what do you see areas of potential of our cooperation as national governments and Meta offices? Because we've had different experiences, more successful and less successful ones. But one of, I think, common challenge that we are facing as governments is we're not reaching the right people when it comes to reaching big tech companies. We always get the contact, regional contact, and usually those are the people they do not really have a level of understanding, security level of understanding what's going on in their platforms. And it takes a really, really long time to get to the people who actually make those decisions to act on certain content or actors and so on. So what can we and you do to make this cooperation better? Thank you.
An excellent set of questions. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, second row. And one final question, if there is one from the audience.
Thank you. My name is Mircea Nanca. I'm from the East Stratcom Task Force, colleague with Martina, who was on the second panel. Question for Anya, if I may. Marie earlier mentioned how hard it was for the EU to put Russia in the action plan against disinformation in 2018. I'm assuming that today it wouldn't be that hard. The question is there a Russia team at Meta?
Okay, is there a Russian team at Meta? And final question, gentleman in the blue sweater.
Oh, actually, can you pass it? Yes, thanks. Hi, my name is Sebastian Mitea. I have a question for Ms. Frenet. At a previous conference, Ms. Vice President Jourova mentioned a new strategy or new step into the defense against Russian info warfare, specifically trying to dislodge a certain media from the satellite services, European satellite services. Is this going somewhere, and is this a sign of new ways of dealing with other regimes, because they're not the only ones sharing propaganda? And a question for the Meta representative as well, if you allow me. I would follow up on what has been said to people before me. At the same conferences on disinformation, OSINT analysis and the likes, Meta is not necessarily the one that is most prized for its transparency on sharing data. And since we all seem to agree that sharing data and standards is important, for instance, EU vs Disinfo, is Meta willing to open its black box, for instance, referring to CrowdTangle being available, not available, and not being transparent, but what's in it? Is there a new momentum for that too? Thank you.
Thank you. I guess, Anya, there's several questions to you, and then we'll close with Marie.
Thank you so much. So perhaps I can combine a bit the response to Irina and to Ruta. I think this is a very important question. What can we do better to kind of establish the collaboration channels even further? What I hear is that there is some connections between Meta teams and the local team. That's obviously the first point of contact. It serves like an embassy. Embassy not always, as we know in Brussels, takes every decision. There is, of course, the hierarchy back up to through Dublin to California, where the decisions are made. As I was saying in my intervention, particularly the issue of disinformation, integrity of the platform in that space, and in the context of the war, those leaders, so to say, so starting from Nick Clegg, who I think is the most known figure, but there's a couple of other people quite literally on his level, I would say, who are maybe less known characters, but are as committed to those issues, are engaging, are talking, and are willing to come and talk in online or real face-to-face setup. In particular, as I mentioned and referred to meetings with the Ukrainian minister, there were some meetings also even on the higher level. Sometimes, indeed, this dialogue is not bringing the sufficient solutions. It has to continue, however. So from our point of view, we are here. We are here on my level, my colleagues' level, the embassy level, but we are, of course, not... we're, of course, very committed to bring the issue up and also arrange for higher, let's say, level meeting where political kind of decisions can be discussed. So this is the also invitation to say to those representatives that we are here as well, and we should be here, and we should be called out if that's not happening. And I know, in particular, in Lithuania, there were some issues that we still need to discuss, and I'm aware of that. So this is to say that. On the issue of Russia team Meta and generally our presence in Russia, I think from a while we as a company, and that's before the war, had taken a conscious decision that we are not going to fulfill certain obligations that Russian state or Russian actually regulator, Roskomnadzor, I think it's, or whichever telecom regulator basically, was trying to put on that in terms of setting our data centers in the country. That led to kind of us abandoning our presence in Russia. We, of course, have some Russian employees in Warsaw. So their situation, after being nominated as an extremist situation, became really precarious. For them, going home now means that they work for a terrorist organization, per the understanding of the Russian state, and therefore can be arrested literally on the street. So in that sense, this is something that we are tackling. We don't have a team that works with Russian government, if that's the question, so meaning a public policy team that works with the Russian government. There is just no, let's say, conversations happening right now, and I don't think there should be even happening right now in the current circumstances. This might change as the situation changes, generally speaking, in the global scene, but there is no signs of that yet. But I do want to say that there is a number of Russian employees at Meta who work on various issues, also because they, for example, work in content moderation teams, or they provide Russian skills in terms of helping us finding some types of content for takedowns, etc. So obviously there are those people there. In terms of I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Do you have a formal escalation procedure? Yeah.
But your answer really to the lady from Lithuania should be, what is your escalation procedure, so that people in the room understand how to interact with your firm?
Thank you for this question. I think the escalation procedure is known, and it is via the country manager.
Okay.
Thank you.
We can continue this in the networking session afterwards. I would like to give the floor to Marie, and also Irina and Mikula, also if you have any closing remarks, just for a minute after that, and we close the panel.
Okay. Thank you very much for the questions. So regarding our toolbox, I think that now, indeed, I think we have a pretty good set of tools compared to the past. I think that now it's about using them in full and seeing how they will deliver. We agreed on the Digital Services Act. Now it entered into force, but there are, now a few steps, until February 2024. So we have to see, how now, the implementation, the enforcement of the DSA. The code, we said that the first reports will come in January. There is the rapid alert system already in place. I mentioned the European Media Freedom Act. which is now a draft regulation, and so it has to be approved as soon as possible by member states and the European Parliament. And there I would like also to thank Minister Karis for the support in Lithuania. I mean, once again, you are leading in this as well. Regarding maybe also the sanctions, which is part of the toolbox right now, they also have to be applied in full. And it is a bit related to the question you raised about satellite companies. I mean, what is clear is that EU-based companies, they cannot facilitate the broadcasting of the sanction outlets, whether it is directly, indirectly. And there are some challenges. It's up to the member states to ensure, to check this, to ensure the enforcement of the sanctions. So we are also, the European Commission is of course following this very closely. We are in contact, in the case of Eutelsat, with the French authorities. And we need to see how we address any loopholes as part of the next package of sanctions. And finally, there is also the point that we discuss quite often about business ethics. So it was also mentioned in the case of Meta. I mean, some companies, they do not wait for sanctions to take some measures according to their business ethics, I would say. There was the case that was quite well known, I would say, of Netflix, which decided to stop the services in Russia because they say we don't want to entertain Russian people while Ukrainians are dying. So there is also this question of also raising this at political level, and you can count off Vice President Jourova to put political pressure. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Irina, and then Mikola, if you have any closing thoughts, of course.
You know, the questions from audience actually in each session, in each of 3 sessions today, prove that we really need to have the, open up this conversation. But I know that you talked to the Minister of Digital Transformation, but I think that you have a little bit different focus on what you're talking about. For example, MFA Ukraine and MFA Lithuania actually face almost the same problems or challenges with certain issues concerning Meta functioning. So I think these are political, mostly political, aspects of our content or our communication, whatever. So we can actually, you said that you are here and you are ready to talk. We can actually organize, because second session was dedicated to Lublin Triangle expert report on disinformation, and we have very excellent cooperation with Lithuania and Poland and Ukraine on countering disinformation and Stratcom development. So we can actually organize something within this format. 3 Stratcom teams from 3 MFA. And your team, just to open up this discussion, just to exchange our, problems and wishes and plans. And then it could be a good start and a very practical result of today's discussion. So let's be practical. And actually, thank you. It's big thanks to our EU partners for the support. I really don't know what to wish more. I mean, we are on a good, path. So the 9th package of sanctions is being discussed. So we really feel this support, but I would suggest us to be more decisive sometimes. Just take a little, one step even further than we actually planned, because our enemy doesn't play by the rule. I mean, it doesn't mean that we should do the same, but we have to be more decisive.
And maybe stop exhibiting self-restraint in very important situations. But
yeah,
this is a very important takeaway, and hopefully deliverable, that there should be additional dialogue and cooperation with the private sector, and especially about cooperation with MFAs. This is something which I hope we see additional progress, and there should be additional pressure for better cooperation. Mikola, close us off in 1 minute, please, with your final remarks, or maybe giving us a sense of optimism, I hope.
First of all, I want to emphasize that we in Ukraine are very grateful to European Union and especially for all like these actions and support that you are like giving to Ukrainian civil society in countering disinformation, Ukrainian governmental institutions. So with your help, we manage. I mean, when we're talking about the whole of society approach, we managed to develop a quite resilient system in Ukraine, and we see, in countering disinformation, and we saw this since 24th of February. It was very, very visible, and I think everyone sees that. And it's like one thing. Another thing, it's of course, because of war, and it's very hard for everyone. Of course, Ukrainians on the front line of the struggle. Europeans also feel all the burdens of the war, or like some burdens. But it's also like the possibility for us. For our common actions, and its possibility to develop like some new strategies, new approach, new mechanics to countering this all information activities of regimes around the world that trying to receive some to have their goals by war and also disinformation. So I think we need to perceive this as opportunity and work with that as with opportunity to develop much better world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And dear audience, thank you for your patience. In the spirit of this World Cup, we went into extra long extra time. Please join us for a closing reception at the hotel premises. Thank you very much, and a warm round of applause for our excellent panelists. And have a wonderful evening. Thank you.